Members, we are 1 minute away from regaveling back in. If you are outside, please join us in the chamber. Committee of the Whole, please come back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start back into these bills, we have a couple privileges. Representative Filer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I please have a privilege of the floor?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, folks, there's some folks up there. I believe it's Miss Bott's class from Triumph High School here in Cheyenne. They're here to support the next bill that's up on our Committee of the Whole. They can all stand up. We can give them a round of applause. Also, Mr. Chairman, if I could, there's one young lady up there that's part of this. One of my 5 daughters. I got 5 daughters, yes. But this is my beautiful daughter, Elizabeth Filer, who's also here to support this next bill, and I want everybody to just say hi to her.
Representative Stivar. Oh, you're just waiting for that. So we also have another individual up there. The young gentleman is, unfortunately, he's on some crutches, but that's actually our reader's son, Mr. Earnshaw's son. So welcome to the House. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my final privilege before we start rolling into this, we're probably going to be here for a long night tonight. We're probably going to be going through as many bills as we can possibly get through. One of the biggest pieces of advice that I can give to the members of this body, specifically the newer members that haven't been here for very long, if you have major concerns with the bill or something along those lines, our job and our duty is to make these bills better. So feel free to go draft amendments and bring those in on your second and third readings. Debating the bills right now is our last day in Committee of the Whole. The more time we take up in Committee of the Whole, the less of the bills that we actually get to hear and work through the process. So we will be here, but I would highly recommend that if you have a concern or something that you would like to adjust inside of a bill, you bring that amendment on second reading and we will adjust those as we see fit tomorrow. And with that, we are on to our next bill, House Bill 246. Mr. Earnshaw, will you please read the bill?
House Bill 246, sponsored by Representative Stivar, Wyoming Wednesday, an act relating to legal time and holidays. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 3 Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 246, Wyoming Wednesday, respectfully reports same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Storer, Stivar, Wharf. Excused, Representative Riggins. Representative Locke, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Locke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that House Bill 246 do pass. And I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendments. And I yield the floor to the representative from this county to discuss both the bill and the Standing Committee amendment.
Representative Stivar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be the easiest bill we'll pass this year. This is Wyoming Wednesdays. It's to celebrate the state of Wyoming and to bring unity to the state's communities. Every Wednesday shall be known as Wyoming Wednesdays. This is more or less was brought to me from a constituent. It's more like Red Fridays. Remember everybody deployed, wear red. Thankful Thursdays. On the Standing Committee amendment, it's just changing. They're on page 2, line 4, deleting August 1st and putting July 10th, 2025 in for the governor to sign the proclamation. Let's dispense with that amendment first.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, And waiting. Question being called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. Back on the bill, Representative Stivar.
I'm stand for any questions.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Locke's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 246 do pass, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 246 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 90. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 90, sponsored by Representative Davis. Anthrax Outbreak Protocol, an act relating to agriculture. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 90, Anthrax Outbreak Protocol. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Davis, Eklund, Johnson, Ottman, Schmid, Winter. Noes, Representatives Banks, Provenza, Strzok. Representative Winter, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chairman Banks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 90 do pass, and I'll turn the explanation over to the good sponsor.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This time I'd like to move the Committee of the Whole, is that
Oh, nope. You have got a Standing Committee Amendment.
Standing Committee Amendment number 1
Or is it
to
just
House
Committee of the
Bill
Whole? It is Committee of the Whole. I am sorry, Representative Davis. It is Committee of the Whole.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to House Bill number 90. In this bill, we've changed a couple of things here. We've taken out on page 1, non-negative, and replaced that with positive. On page number 2, that's the meat of it here. On page 2, line 5, we've added a period after outbreaks. On line 6, we remove surveillance area and fill that in with an area of observation to be established. At the end of that line, we remove non-negative and insert positive again. On line 8, we remove designated surveillance and put area of observation. And on line 9, we shrink the area of observation down to 1.5 square miles of observation. And then on line 10, we remove negative and put positive in there also. What this bill does, folks, is we had an outbreak at Elk Mountain, Wyoming this year. And the last time this dirty little beast brought up its head was 70 years ago in Sublette County. And we have the, yep, that board right there. They developed a protocol this fall in order to address this issue. And there's some issues in there that were not quite addressed. And what I feel this bill does is continue to push that process so we can get everything addressed. And with that, I'd take any questions.
Any questions on the Standing Committee Amendment?
Do we go?
Committee of the Whole Amendment, I'm sorry. Representative Heiner, please. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions for the bringer. When you have a bringer do an amendment to change his own bill, I'd like to know the thought process, why that was changed from 6 square miles down to 1.5 square miles, and why it was changed from non-negative to a positive. Just a little definition or reason why the bringer changed his own bill.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those were from the livestock board. These were concerns that they brought forth that they felt would make a better bill as going forth in this process. So they were just those type of changes on there.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to House Bill 90, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been adopted. Back on the bill, Representative Davis.
With that, Mr. Chairman, if there aren't any further questions, I'd call for the question.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in committee, the Livestock Board talked about what happened in this instance, and essentially this was kind of a new thing that happened, and there were errors made, but it was happened very quickly. And now that we know what this looks like and how to make procedures, they have developed a protocol that I think meets what needs to be done by the best science possible, which anthrax is something that we should take seriously. Some of the concerns were that the veterinarians in the area just didn't know what was going on. And so the livestock board made the changes that needed to be made once they learned what had happened. This happened over Labor Day weekend. They tackled it pretty quickly. And now what the livestock board has in place is probably better than what essentially the bill can do. So to the bringer, maybe I would ask, Mr. Chairman, what I would ask the bringer would be like, what are the specific differences between their protocol and what this bill does? And is there any potential for unintended consequences for this bill to limit what that livestock board could do that is going to help save some of our cattle? So that would be something that I would bring to you, body, and I would open that up for discussion.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the Livestock Board there in November did develop a protocol to address this, but it doesn't go quite far enough. It left out a little area called the area of observation, and the reason why we are really kind of pushing this issue is that this is unique, this outbreak was, because there was human-animal contact. We had 2 people come down with this disease, so we need to carry this just a little bit further and make sure that all agencies that can deal with this are notified and that the public is notified that this can possibly contract this disease.
Any further discussion? Seeing none? Question being called. All those in favor of Vice Chairman Banks' motion when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 90 do pass. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. House Bill 90 with enthusiasm passes Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 223. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 223, sponsored by Representative Ottman, preventing strategic lawsuits against public participation, an act relating to civil procedure. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 223, preventing strategic lawsuits against public participation, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber, Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Knapp?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Bill number 223 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee Amendment. And with both, I will turn the explanation over to the good Vice Chair.
Vice Chairman Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be appropriate for me to bring the amendment now or just to go through the bill?
You can do
Amendment?
whatever you wish. The committee amendment, standing committee amendment is on the table right now, but it's your choice however you'd like to work that into the position of the bill.
Yes, I don't have it in my hand right now, it's on my desk. But what I would say is the amendment, basically what it did was to define the word of person within the bill, to say that, to bring that along with the word person in other statute. So just to bring that into conformity. And then the other thing was to, let me see on the last, I know what it was. I'm sorry, you surprised me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and body. I apologize for that. On Page 16, line 2, we deleted on July 21st, 2025, and inserted immediately upon completion of all acts necessary for a bill to become law as provided by Article 4, Section 8. And the committee voted 9-0 to accept that amendment, those two issues, and the bill as well. But I would be glad to give you a walk through the bill. Let me see. First off, the acronym SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation. This bill would protect First Amendment rights of Wyomingites from what has come to be known as lawfare. Specifically, the bill would specify that all the laws of our state are to be construed to grant qualified immunity to all people to protect them from strategic lawsuits intended to shut them out of the political process. In any legal action where a person is being sued for expressing their First Amendment rights, that person will have a right to seek to have the case dismissed on the grounds that it was filed to limit their First Amendment rights. So the bill pretty much is to protect First Amendment rights, which are the right to free speech and also assembly. So on page 2, line 15, the bill states that the intent of the legislature to ensure full participation in matters of public importance. Moving on to page 3, lines 11 through 23, you will see that the bill states, Mr. Chairman, that all of our laws are to be construed to grant qualified immunity from legal action for people in cases impacting their First Amendment rights, and that a person can invoke this immunity at any time during a lawsuit unless the person subject to the legal action has litigated substantially in the case, in which case they will have waived the right to immunity. On page 4, lines 7 through 17, it states that a person can invoke the immunity by making a motion to dismiss or otherwise dispose of the case based on the immunity granted by this act. Then going on over to page 19, which, no, that doesn't make sense. Anyway, it describes what the person must prove when claiming the immunity. Okay, that was on page 4, I'm sorry. Page 4, line 19. The person must show that the claim against them is based on the person's use of their First Amendment rights. That's the only thing that this pertains to. Okay, moving on to page 5, a person is entitled to the immunity if the responding party fails to present evidence to establish a case. So basically how this came up was when I wanted to have a topic on fraudulent lawsuits. And so this was brought about as a answer to that, but also something that's already being addressed in 33 other states, and that I see my co-representative is going to help me out here. At the top, let me see, page 6, line 10. Okay, states that any denial of a motion to dismiss based on this claim can be appealed immediately. At the top of page 7, the bill provides remedies for a successful motion to dismiss, which provides a person to all costs and reasonable attorney fees for defending the case, and the same goes for the appeal. If the state or a political subdivision is responsible for the case, the government is responsible for those costs. Later on page 13, line 17, the bill also provides statutory damages of no less than $10,000 to a prevailing person invoking this immunity. At the end of page 10, the bill allows for limited discovery to make the motions allowed by the act. At the bottom of page 12, the bill specifies that this immunity is available to a person to defend against administrative actions or arbitration proceedings as well. At the end of page 13, the bill also provides the ability of a Wyoming resident sued in another state to have a cause of action to recover attorney fees in Wyoming if the SLAPP suit could have been brought in Wyoming. The person tried to invoke the immunity in the other state, and the person prevailed in the lawsuit in the other state, but that state did not have SLAPP protections. At the bottom of page 15, the bill provides that the immunity would apply to all actions pending in the state, and then that is where we had the date change. So just to add a couple comments. Number one, this would be one of, well, now 34 states, when we pass this, that would have these anti-SLAPP measures. They aren't to defer anything, but what they are meant to do is to protect people against actions against their First Amendment rights. And while it can always be taken to court, the issue is that sometimes, even though these cases would be proven in their favor, nevertheless, by the time the lawsuit is over or the action is over, it could be years, and they could be totally bankrupt, find themselves that they won the case, but be totally ruined. And so this is just to protect against that, but also to help the courts in some of the massive amounts of, well, I won't say massive, in the amounts of quagmire that they sometimes find with suits like this. The other thing is that this bill follows another anti-SLAPP bill that is effective in Nevada at this time. That bill has proven to bring a lot of business through their different commercial lines into the state. The developer of this has said that this bill is the best in the nation. And it would provide for a lot of business through the commercial means into the state, because it will protect against those fraudulent claims. So anyway, that's the bill. I'll stand for any questions.
We are on the Standing Committee amendment. Is there any questions on the amendment? Yes, Representative Shustic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to divide the amendment. And the division would be, Division 1 would be the definition of person, lines 3 through 9. And then the second division is the change of the effective date, which is lines 11 through the end. Through the end of the bill, of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, could we have that again, please?
Representative Shustic, if you'd repeat that for the body.
Yes, so the first division is line 1 through 9, and then line 11 through 21, the end of the amendment, would be Division 2.
So for the body's edification, one more time, lines 3 through 9 is Division 1. Lines 11 through 21 would be Division 2. 1 through 10, I'm sorry, 1 through 10.
Right.
And 11 through 21. Representative Shustic, which division would you like to start with first?
Let's take the first division first, including the definition of person. My problem is with the second piece, so I have no real problem with the first division.
Seeing no discussion, question being called on division number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Division 1 on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. On to Division 2, Representative Shustic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the second division, a change in the effective date, This is a pretty significant change in the law and a pretty important bill. I think we need some notice to the public that we're going to be making this change, and to people. I mean, especially the bringer of the bill said we're trying to encourage businesses to come and take advantage of this bill. They need some notice, advance notice of that. But also, the problem that I'm having with this is we're trying to apply it to litigation pending, either pending on the day of the bill's adopted, if it becomes effective immediately, or what we're deleting is we're changing the definition of pending. So litigation pending the day this bill goes into effect has had no advance notice of the fact that this might be, there might be some liabilities or some adverse consequences that attach, and the bills, so litigation that is pending has no way of avoiding the ill effects of this. So I think it's incumbent on us to let people who are thinking about bringing lawsuits, let them know, beware, you may have to deal with something, give them some advance notice to July 1st so that you can decide whether or not you want to bring the bill. If you've got a lawsuit pending on the day this goes into effect, it's almost ex post facto. You've already filed your lawsuit without knowing that this is a potential liability for you. Therefore, I think it's unfair to people who have already pending lawsuits on the date this goes into effect. So I would vote no on the second division.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I on and for Division 2. Members, so we heard testimony from a lawyer that the reason that we had this applicability section in the first place was to ensure that that no one in between passage of the bill and effectiveness of the bill would file a lawsuit in between, knowing that the bill would come into effect on July 2025. And so the idea of changing it to effective immediately is to get around that aspect and also save us on a constitutional concern. So the applicability originally says pending cases. We can't make our laws retroactive. And so getting rid of that pending was important, but the only way that we could safely get rid of that pending while still trying to prevent people from filing lawsuits in between the finalization of the bill and the enactment effective date of the bill was to make it effective immediately. And so on and for making it effective immediately, I would ask you to vote aye on division number 2.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill that will benefit the people and the state of Wyoming immensely. I ask your favorable vote on amendment on this division number 2 and on the bill. And with that, if there's no further that, I call for the question.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the impetus for making this change, but I don't think it gets there, because people who have already filed lawsuits on the day, there's a pending lawsuit on the day this bill goes into effect, they've made their choices about filing or not filing and how to litigate the case. They made those choices before this goes into effect, and now this bill changes the law that was in effect on the day that they filed their lawsuit. So in effect, it already is, this is a form of an ex post facto law, because they may have made a different choice had this law been in effect when they decided to file the lawsuit. So I would encourage a no vote on this division.
Question being called. All those in favor of division number 2 on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 223, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Division 2 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very complicated bill. And to be honest, I haven't, with all the things that have been going on the last couple of days and all the work we've been doing, I haven't had a chance to study it in as much detail as I would like. But at first review of this, I understand the need for it. And I understand that SLAPP lawsuits are bad. We don't want to discourage people from exercising their First Amendment rights, and I agree with that. And anything that we can do to, and there are situations where strong and powerful litigants do try and shut down public participation through SLAPP lawsuits. SLAPP lawsuits are bad. There's no doubt in my mind that we need to try and find a way to protect the weak and allow them to engage in public participation. However, this bill, I think, has a lot of problems. I am leaning against it right now, but I'm wondering if it's possible to amend it to fix it. But I just want to give you a few ideas of some of the things, some of the problems that I see that maybe we can fix with amendments, but maybe not. I'm not sure if we can. So, for example, the big problem I see on page 2, we have a circular definition of strategic lawsuit on line 9. Strategic lawsuit means strategic lawsuit against public participation. Those last 3 words don't add a lot, so we were defining strategic lawsuit to be a strategic lawsuit. Very circular. And the problem with that is it allows for a court to interpret that in any way it wants to later on if a case comes up. And there are situations here where I think this bill it goes too far. It gives too much protection to the individual who may be trying to do something that you might not want them to do. It might be nefarious. And it creates a tool for certain people who want to disrupt things and create problems. It gives them a tool to create more problems. So I'm very concerned. The one that concerns me the most, I think, is probably on page 5. I'm sorry, not 5. Page 7. Imagine there is let me back up. The bill is trying to protect First Amendment free speech. I'm totally on board with free speech. I used to be a newspaper reporter. I'm a free speech maven. I love the First Amendment. But the First Amendment is not absolute. There are, the First Amendment does allow for time, place, and manner restrictions on speech. So if there's you're going to have a large demonstration in a particular city, you need to get a permit from the city to have a demonstration. As long as it's content neutral, it's designed for public safety, a municipality could have a content neutral demonstration permit requirement. And so what happens if some group comes in and says, I don't want to get a permit, I'm going to have a large demonstration anyway, and it causes damage or whatever. If the city tries to enforce the demonstration permit requirement and tries to shut down the demonstration because it's causing difficulties or causing problems in a content neutral way, that could be interpreted, because that term strategic litigation is not defined well, that could be viewed under this law as a strategic litigation against public participation. They're trying to do a demonstration. They're trying to exercise First Amendment rights. So it basically nullifies any city that wants to have a demonstration permit requirement. You can't enforce it because if you violate it, you could claim that that's a strategic litigation against public participation, use this bill to claim damages, and on line 11 to 14, the state or its political subdivision shall be responsible. They're liable to the demonstrators who violated the law. So we're creating exceptions here that could be used against the state government or against political subdivisions, and creating a cause of action for people who may be disrupting public safety and may be violating public safety. So that's one of my issues. I have a lot of other issues. This gives defendants who are involved in lawsuits a lot of power to disrupt the lawsuit, even though it may be a perfectly legitimate lawsuit. And there may be no intent to suppress public speech. The vagueness of this bill and the powers you have to intervene in early phases of the case through summary, even before summary judgment is filed, very early in the case, you can try and disrupt it. And you have a second bite of the apple. If you lose, you can appeal it. If you appeal it, there's all kinds of penalties for appeals. The extraterritorial application of this, you're sued in another state, you raise the issue there, you lose, you come back here and do it again. That's giving too much power to somebody who is claiming that their public participation is being suppressed, even though there may be perfectly good reasons for the other lawsuit. So a lot of issues with this, and I would like to hear more discussion about how this helps, because I think, I understand that there's a need to protect weaker parties against stronger parties, but not to the point where the weaker party can disrupt and use this as a tool to overturn a perfectly good lawsuit and a perfectly legitimate lawsuit. And there are some of those. So with that, I'd like to hear some more discussion.
Okay. All right. Representative Yin, do you want to go?
I will
Representative
go.
Yin.
If you want to recognize me, Mr. Chairman, of
Yep.
course. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members, you know, I know a lot of us in this room are very pro-Second Amendment. I am extremely pro-First Amendment, and I think this is an excellent First Amendment bill. The problem that this bill solves is that it is very easy in states without anti-SLAPP protections to shut down free speech users, right? So if you are doing some sort of demonstration and let's say it's, you know, that famous mouse that a huge corporation has as their main mascot, right? Let's say I'm making fun of one of their characters. They can abuse their position of having billions of dollars to put me into court for a super extended amount of time where I would rather just give up than say, I want to defend my First Amendment rights and make sure that I can make fun of them, that it's okay for me to do that. So that's what these types of anti-SLAPP laws are meant to do across the board. It's to keep really large players from being able to use the court as a bully system to bully them into doing what they want. And usually that's silencing them. And so we had the situation that my good colleague brought up from over the hill, talking about, oh, but what if a municipality wanted to what if a municipality didn't issue a permit for a demonstration and they still demonstrated anyways? I think that's still fine as long as the municipality didn't try to stop them based on the type of speech that they were engaging in. So if there's a legitimate reason that a municipality, so a safety reason, for example, they would not, the demonstrators would not get immunity based on this law, because the municipality would be able to prove, it's basically in page 5, the big A and the big B part, they'd be able to prove that the reason that they denied a permit was because of a safety issue and not because of the type of speech. The issue becomes when we're trying to shut down people who are just trying to exercise their First Amendment rights, and then we use the courts as a way to shut them down. So, members, with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions in the bill, but I do believe a strong First Amendment bill here protects not only us as people in the state of Wyoming, but also makes it more attractive for corporations, smaller businesses, to be able to establish business here, knowing that they'll be able to defend themselves in court if a bigger business comes after them for what they were legally allowed to do under the Constitution anyways. So on and for the bill.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did reach out to over a dozen attorneys across the state just to get their feel on this. And while the bringer says this is the best bill, you know, coming out of Nevada, it may be the best bill in Nevada, but it does not work in Wyoming. So from the dozens of attorneys I reached out to, they all came back and said, this is not good. What this bill will do will add inconsistency and create a great deal of confusion in Wyoming, because we already have a host of rules, I mean, both state and federal, that address the dismissal of most of these claims. So if we want a really solid First Amendment anti-SLAPP bill, what that needs to look like is just, if this lawsuit is brought, then it covers the attorney, I mean, all of the legal and attorney fees. If it does turn out that we had a right and we have been taken to court by a corporation with billions of dollars, cool, they can do that, but they have to pay all of our legal fees, all of our attorney fees. That would be a really good bill to have in place to protect our First Amendment rights in Wyoming. This bill, as it's written right now, across the board, every attorney I talked to said, if the goal is to reduce some of those frivolous lawsuits, this isn't going to do it, because it is so overly complicated. It's just going to create more inconsistency and more challenges than we already have. And so we're not doing a favor to anybody with this bill. Might work in Nevada, but it doesn't work in Wyoming. Thank you.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the discussion, and I appreciate the comments from the representative where the mountains are high, because he sat in that meeting, in that committee meeting and stuff. And one of the things I will say to the representative at the front of the thing, I can't think of where you're even from, where the college is. What I will say, it was one of the first things I did last week was come to you with this bill and say, what do you think about this? And you said, hey, I'm in favor of these types of things, and so I'll look it over. So I would have suggested and expected that if you had all of these major concerns, that you would have approached me before bringing them all on the
Representative
floor.
Ottman, we talked through
Yes.
the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
What I will also say is that, as far as the last speaker said that they talked to lawyers all over the state, the State Law Association was here at that committee meeting and said that they really didn't have things one way or the other, that they didn't see a problem with it. And as far as it being a Nevada bill and being good for Nevada, we have seen over the last few years, Mr. Chairman, that we have heard a lot of things about being good only in Wyoming. But as we have come out of a lot of different things, we have seen that we do use good legislation from other states, states that have vetted things, states that have the experience. This bill has been in effect for 10 years and been very effective in the state of Nevada. We have nothing. So to put something in that has 10 years of background, 10 years of fixing things, 10 years of doing that is a very smart step for the state of Wyoming. So I would, well, I'll wait to see what other questions there are.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be fair, I was contacted about this bill and was handed a copy, and I do agree that SLAPP litigation is bad, and we don't like SLAPP litigation. We want to have robust public discussion. I'm totally in favor of that, and that's what I think I told the bringer of the bill, that I'm in favor of robust public discussion. But this, I hadn't had a chance to read the bill at that moment, and I only really got a chance with the pace of things around here the last week. I've only had a chance to look at it today, really. And when I dug into the actual details of it, I became concerned that this goes too far. We should go somewhere, for sure. We should have some protection for people who are suffering from these SLAPP litigation. This goes way too far, and it's way too complicated. And that's why I have to oppose this particular version of the bill, although I am certainly willing to look at some corrections to the bill through amendments. But to address my colleague from where the mountains are high, yes, the First Amendment does allow for content-neutral restrictions on time, place, and manner of speech. That is completely legal. But those words do not appear anywhere in this bill. That's why this bill goes too far. It does not have an exception for content-neutral restrictions on time, place, and manner. That's just one area in which I think this bill goes too far, and it actually impedes free speech in that regard. So for those reasons, I still stand, at the moment, I stand opposed to it, although I'm certainly willing to look at amendments to it to perhaps relieve some of these concerns that I have.
Representative Provenza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Generally, I support the bill, I think, but I'm trying to see, it sounds like there's concern. So for the bringer, given that what the other states have done, I'm wondering, because I know they've had to make adjustments over time because they found that if they went too broad, then there was the possibility that governing bodies have too much power over saying that things are anti-SLAPP or whatever. I'm wondering what is in place to protect so that, say, like a large corporation that has more power over a single individual, is there anything in here that could stop them from being able to abuse it to say that everything is a SLAPP accusation? So I'm just trying to see where, in comparison to other states, have we found that middle ground of what's not too, it's almost like what's the child's story, the porridge is too hot or too cold. I just would like some background if in comparison to what other states have done. If you have it, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. What I will say is the bill has been looked at. There's 33 other states that have some form of anti-SLAPP laws on their books. This bill was put into effect 10 years ago. It has proven to be the strongest, and other states are amending theirs to come closer and closer as their legislative bodies see fit. This one suited, there has been absolutely no pushback. It suited the individual persons as well as the corporations and the things that are going on. It doesn't go into any kind of corporate law. What it is protecting. Do you have a case against someone that can be adjudicated, or are you just putting something out there to, in effect, shut this person up? That's the difference, and that is really the nexus for this and what it covers. Are you having a case put against you just to shut you up? And if that's the case, then the court will look at that as what that is. If there is reason for a case there, then it proceeds as always. This is just to, one, protect the little guys that don't have corporate law teams or a lot of money, and it is also to help in, our courts have quagmires right now. They're so backed up. So if this can help a little bit to eliminate some of that, hours of debate that they wouldn't have to go through, then that would be part of the reason as well. But it's a First Amendment bill, that's all. That's all.
Any further discussion? Representative Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just spent about 30 minutes trying to read this bill, and I honestly cannot understand it. I don't even know what it means or how it works, and I don't think it purports to do what the good bringer believes that it does. I'm wondering, do you have a copy of the Nevada law? And perhaps I can look at the Nevada law that you're referring to and compare it to this and see where things have gone haywire. Because I just don't understand the language that you have printed out here. So if you have the law that you took this from, then maybe I can help you craft something that I can understand.
Any further discussion? Representative Jarvis?
Thank you, Chairman. And I'd just like to build upon the last representative, because as I'm looking through it, I'm confused because I don't totally, I don't see how it protects the small person from defamation of character or libel, in being able to bring forth something when it's actually not true. I love the idea of First Amendment, but I also don't want to muddy the waters from people being able to defend themselves from false accusations.
Any further discussion? Representative Wadley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similar, tagging on to what the last speaker said, I really support this bill in terms of how you have an imbalance of issues with large corporations or those with a lot of money and funds that are really seeking to block up front in advance the speech of other people. But what I'm concerned about really is what happens when it's just our constituents, our people, and those constituents feel like they've been defamed or slandered by someone in the public square. How does this bill seems to limit for them their interaction in a legal process for redress of that. And if that's happening, I don't really support that because it's a really different situation. And so, I'm going to take a look at some other laws and see where other states did in this area of protecting the little guy, our everyday constituents, maybe one of you one day, being defamed and feeling you were, and you want to go to court and have that due process to have that case heard. I'm not sure there's any protections or exceptions that maybe we can carve out one, and maybe some states have carved that out, because I do think that's a concern, which is very different than I think the purpose of the bill, which I agree with. So anyway, if you have any thoughts on that as the bringer, I would appreciate it, but we'll also start looking a little bit at what some other states did in that area.
Representative Ottman. Question being called. All those in favor of, whose was this? Yeah, what chairman? Chairman Knapp, thank you. All those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 223 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 223 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 224. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 224, sponsored by Representative Banks, prohibiting foreign adversary property ownership, an act relating to property. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 224, prohibiting foreign adversary property ownership, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Eklund, Johnson, Ottman, Schmid, Strzok. Noes, Representative Provenza. Excused, Representative Winter. Representative Banks, Vice Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chairman Banks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 224 do pass. And I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee Amendment, and I will explain both. So, body, if you recall, we earlier this session passed House Joint Resolution 2, which puts it on the ballot for the voters to decide how we address the foreign adversaries in the state of Wyoming. There was a question brought up during that debate about, well, what is the rules that are going to be enacted and go forward in place if that is to pass? And I said that I would bring about a bill that would do that, and as promised, that's what this bill is. House Bill 224 represents a collaborated effort with committee members, ag producers, and our extractive industries. This language is favorable to accomplish our goals of national security, economic sovereignty, while also not placing burdens or restrictions on our very important extractive industries, which, when we've talked about this piece of legislation before, brought up some concerns. This legislation represents what happens when many stakeholders get together to draft legislation that's favorable to multiple groups. And I'm very proud of what we were able to accomplish there. So if you turn to the standing committee amendment, it looks like a bunch, but I'll kind of explain the impetus behind it. So there's a couple other bills moving through, and what we're trying to do here is make them all match, make the language be unified across the board in these other bills. So we remove on page 2 where it specifically lists Russia and China. I'll say that because it's in the bill. And because we'll just fall under the definitions which are under 15 CFR 791.4. And I didn't get a handout printed out that lists the countries on there, but you can look them up online. And because those countries are already listed, we remove that redundancy upon a recommendation of our extractive industries. So that now the definitions we use in place that we will have is countries that are designated as a state sponsor of terrorism and countries defined as a foreign adversary under that CFR. And so the amendment goes into that and changes that language in the bill. And there was also just a cleanup measure that said county instead of country. So we were fixing that to read country throughout the bill when it should have said country. There was also some language brought by the department that oversees security for the homeland. And so if you see there down on the amendment, page 4, page 6, page 10, that was just adding in language that they had requested that says the Division of Criminal Investigation, brought to us on their recommendation. And also because of an oversight of myself, also what this amendment does is it changed the effective date to passage of that amendment to the Wyoming Constitution. So it in fact makes this a trigger bill as was intended to be when we started. So the Constitution Amendment passes, we have this as a trigger bill that the rules go into place upon that passage. And that is the Standing Committee amendment, and I'll yield for questions on that.
Any discussion? Question on the amendment. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 224, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. We're on the bill. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the good bringer of the bill, thank you for that amendment. That cleans up a lot of my questions, but I still have a few left here. Does the bill limit who I can sell my property to? So is there a limitation on my private property rights? That's my first question. My second question was, while you were collaborating with partners on the development of the bill, was there a conversation about how we would treat a dual citizen? And then my last question, and this is something that we dealt with in interim, so the committee I served on this summer had a very similar conversation, and I shared then and I'll share now my concerns about the assessment schedule. So if you guys can visualize that you get a piece of mail from the county and it talks about how your property is evaluated, and you read through that. And sometimes you get so shocked at the bill, you throw it on the table and walk away. As was noted while I was door knocking, a lot of my constituents complained about not having property tax relief. And I said, did you flip over your assessment and read about the programs that are available to you on the back? 100% said no, I didn't look at the back of that sheet. So my concern then and now is that we're asking our county to send out a method of notification to people who, they don't look at it, they don't use it, it's not effective. And I would say that it's also the wrong audience that we're getting this message in front of. And so did the committee or group think about another way to sort of announce this new rule and change in policy? Thank you.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I do want to commend the sponsor. I think the sponsor did a really great, good faith effort of gathering as many stakeholders as possible and working this bill. Compared to last year's bill, this is like a real, I want to say Wyoming bill. It's a bill that he worked with people in Wyoming to make sure that it works for Wyoming. I will say that I still have one really big concern, unfortunately, and that one is on, let's see, page 3, line 12. And so this is language that's still in the bill, members. So we're talking about countries that we consider adversaries, but the concern I have is that we're including all of the people that are in that country. So, for example, you have someone that lives in that little island that is way more capitalist than the rest of the entire country, right? That person is still considered a foreign adversary in this bill. They would only be able to own 1 acre of land in a personal residence. So that issue to me, unfortunately, means that it's still harder for folks who want to be a part of this country, make it here, live here, raise a family here. It makes it harder for them to be able to succeed. And it does fly in the face of a little bit of the good appropriators question of limiting who I can sell my land to. And so in our other bills, so for example, we have one about business and foreign adversaries. That one limits it to the country has control of the business. This one lumps in all of the people in the country as also being foreign adversaries. And I don't want to disclude them from achieving what they could in Wyoming. And unfortunately, we still kind of have this little bit of a loophole that we have LLCs that we can just register as, and with the other bill we have, at least we have a protection for those LLCs, but it still would be very hard to find a bad actor unless we make spurious accusations that to find someone who is a foreign adversary, owns the LLC, controls the land. If it didn't have those two lines, would be fully in favor, but I think discluding that whole group of people, even those that don't agree with their government and just want to make a life somewhere else, is unfortunate.
Vice Chairman Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to address that last question there. So on page 4, line 8, we do allow those people to come and have an acre for a home. They can come, they can buy a home. We don't want to restrict anybody from living the American dream. They can come, they can have an acre to have a home on, and while they go through the steps to become a citizen. That's something that was taken into consideration, and we thought, well, that's a good go-between to accomplishing what we want, keeping our foreign adversaries from having this infrastructure and these different things, while also allowing people to live the American dream if they want to do that. And we feel that accomplishes this goal. So it was a good faith effort, good compromise. So if there's not any other questions.
Question being called. All those in favor of Vice Chairman Banks' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 224 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. House Bill 224 is passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 134.
House Bill 134, sponsored by Representative Guggenmoss. Taxpayer funds, sexually explicit events prohibited. 2, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 134, taxpayer funds, sexually explicit events prohibited. 2. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 134 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendments, and I turn over the explanation to the sponsor.
Representative Guggenmoss, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 134 is a bill to ensure that taxpayer money is not used to support events that some may find inappropriate or offensive, keeping government spending aligned with community standards and values. By restricting public funding for sexually explicit events, the bill ensures that content funded by state and federal money remains suitable for general audiences, particularly in educational and community settings. The bill empowers local officials, such as school boards and city councils, to determine what is appropriate for their communities, allowing for decisions that reflect local values rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. By requiring repayment if funds are used improperly, the bill creates accountability and discourages public institutions from financially supporting events that may be considered inappropriate by the majority of taxpayers. With that, I'll walk you through the bill. Page 1, line 1 through 7 is a brief description of the bill. Section 1 creates a new statute. Page 2, subsection A, defines sexually explicit event. And subsection B explains what is prohibited. Page 3, subsection C, lines 1 through page 4, line 6, details what governing bodies will be responsible in determining what specific events are sexually explicit or not based on the venue. Page 4, lines 8 through 22 outlines a process in determining whether an event is sexually explicit under subsection C. There is an appeal process specified on lines 19 through 22. Page 5, subsection E details the refund process if taxpayer money was used for an event deemed sexually explicit. And section 2 provides for an effective date of July 1st of this year. One of the reasons I wanted to bring this bill is last year, the department that is in charge of our health in Wyoming gave $3,000 for an annual drag queen show, which gets into the Standing Committee amendment, which added that to the definition of sexually explicit event, a drag queen event. And in the last 5 years, $1.3 million in taxpayer funds has gone in grants to groups in Wyoming that have routinely sponsored these sexually explicit events. So with that, I will take any questions.
Representative Larson Lloyd on the amendment.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm a little confused. Have we moved the amendment yet?
Yes, the amendment has
Okay.
been moved. Yes, we are on the amendment.
So my question on the amendment is I go through and I read all of those things that are sexually explicit. Boom, 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 boom. It talks about a lot of stuff in there. Why is it then necessary to put in drag queen? Because if you're given local authorities to determine what's sexually explicit, some of the components of that seem to me already in there. So help me understand why that's necessary.
Representative Guggenmoss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I did that is I talked with our legal team and I asked them that question directly, and they said it's not specific enough to include the drag queen event, so that's why it was added.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
That may suggest that not all of those are sexually explicit enough then, perhaps. So, Mr. Chairman, there was a comment made by the sponsor of the bill about a $3,000 donation by that agency that oversees health last year in an event that took place over the mountain. And it's just not accurate. Now, here, let me share with the body that The agency that oversees our health and the division within that oversees the health in the public receives fundings every year from, federal funding from, to help with AIDS and HIV related issues. And historically, that comes to be about $1 million a year comes in from these federal funds. And the intent of that is to help people who suffer from those illnesses, to give them direction in finding the right type of services. It also helps educate them in those types of services. So if the intent of these funds that come into the state is to help identify this type of, to help with this type of public health concern, it seems reasonable that you would go to where the activities that those populations would be involved in. And the way this agency has done that in the past is they have contracted with a nonprofit group that specifically goes out and tries to help people through education and awareness. There was an event last year on the other side of this mountain where an event was held in a request came from the nonprofit if they could get some resources to help once again provide that education. That permission was granted, $3,000. Then the sponsor of the event says, well, great, we'll put you down as a sponsor. The response back, no, 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 no. We're not a sponsor. We're providing resources to help educate. Lo and behold, when the event showed up, the logo for the department was on there showing that they were a sponsor, when indeed they had not requested to be, when indeed they had told them, no, we were not. This went to the nonprofit helping them to do that. So that has blown up. It's inaccurate. They've tried to put that to rest, but here we are. And now we're trying to respond by putting these restrictions on. And so my question would be, is if this seems so egregious to then try to educate this population on the types of illnesses or disease that could be associated perhaps with activities relating to an event, I would share with you that we also have an event here in this capital city every summer that involves a lot of livestock, where the same agency has to put in huge resources in public education on sexually transmitted diseases. Because every time that event's in town, STD go up. So you educate where the problem's at, whether it be with livestock or whether it be with a lifestyle that I confess I don't fully understand, but nonetheless is here. And so how do we have them both be healthy lifestyles? So I would be a little careful about pointing the finger and saying that we've got agencies who are about doing mischief. You can agree with the activities, whether with livestock or otherwise, but they're very careful. But the intent of these funds coming into the agency is to help educate people and to prevent the spread of these very serious type of public health issues.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think with the last speaker, the concern of like what the money was used for or not. Raise your hand if you've been to any of these events. I've been to one of them.
Representative Provenza, we don't allow any type of call like that to the
Okay,
floor.
well, I would like to just say I've been to these events. And they're more like going to, and specifically the ones that are in question here. It's more like going to Broadway where people are singing, they're fully clothed. So I don't know what the sexually explicitness is of this. I would invite any of you to come to any of these events with me. In fact, I took my 62-year-old mother, who politically would never vote for me. She had a great time. She wasn't harmed. So I think that there's a lot of misinformation about what happens and what we're trying to do here. So I would just encourage you to maybe look into what it is you're trying to ban.
Representative Guggenmoss?
I'll call for the question.
Representative Campbell, are you heading to the mic? All right, Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question or challenge I think I have with the amendment is we just finished talking a great deal about the First Amendment, freedom of speech and expression with House Bill 223. This amendment, as we now draw in drag queen shows, I would be cautious. I think we are walking right into the First Amendment and limiting, the First Amendment rights, which doesn't seem necessary with this bill and the intent of this bill in terms of sexually explicit. If that is our goal, to help protect funds provided there, I understand that intent and agree with it. The amendment, however, I think we're getting into sketchy territory with the First Amendment and violating those rights. So on and against the amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Guggenmoss, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The advertisement for that event actually, it went into what it would contain. And it was it contained in the description of the event that it would be boozed up cowfolk, and it would be R-rated. So that's just a couple of things that were in there. My question is, if it's going to be a education thing on STDs, why include something that greatly contributes to that very thing? You get boozed up, you make poor decisions, and I don't see how that can be labeled educational. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
You know, I know that we all live in different worlds, and we have different perspectives on this, and this kind of live and let live thing sometimes gets kind of tripped up around the ankles, and I just think we need to be a little bit careful. I mean, I come to my house and watch what we watch, and you'll just giggle at us, but I think others have different ideas and different perspectives, and I respect that. Don't always understand it. I don't understand a lot of those things, but I think when we get to nitpicking, it reminds me of a story, Mr. Chairman, be quickly, of one that was referred to as the great healer, when those who followed him questioned why he would be against those in society who were thought less upon, those who had leprosy, those who were prostitutes, and as he labored amongst them, he was criticized by those who followed him. And he said, sometimes you gotta heal them where they're at. And sometimes we're trying to help those in our society make sure that they have all of the information they need to protect themselves in the environment they live in. And that's what this good agency tries to do. And I think we need to be a little careful on this amendment. I would encourage you to vote down this amendment. Use the language that's there. Let those people who you're going to say get to make this decision, make it without being so prescriptive that it might be somebody that has a purple tie. So I'd encourage you to vote against this. And Mr. Chairman, I'd call for the question on the amendment.
Question being called on Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 134. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. Back on the bill, any discussion? Representative Guggenmoss? Question being called. Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm curious, as I read this, if you go to a college campus, and oftentimes there's a movie theater in that campus, and a lot of times in different places, they'll show late night movies, and a lot of times they will be R-rated movies. And so my question to the bringer would be, would that be a violation of this act as you have it crafted?
Representative Guggenmoss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is one thing I do like about this bill, is because it would be up to that college, the leadership at the college, to determine that. And that's where everything, depending on the venue, where it is held, the leadership of that institution, whatever it may be, are the ones who decide that, which gives local control to every situation. Therefore, if they do make a decision that the public does not agree with, the public then has the ability to go right directly to them and voice their opposition.
So just
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Just to follow up on.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I mean, it sounds like the answer would be yes, right? So if I'm a parent and my student goes to an R-rated movie at the university over the hill, and I don't like that funds from the university went to that movie, I could go to the school board, and basically the school board shall make a determination on that. And I don't see any way for them to say that it isn't a sexually explicit event. I mean, we're saying local control here, but if it's explicitly an R-rated movie with a sex scene in it, how do they say no? How do they say no? So are we saying that all of those movies can no longer be showed at the university?
Representative Nicholas.
So, and just then to a follow-up with that response from the good bringer, if the Department of Health and the University of Wyoming approved the drag show, then that means it would be approved. Is that correct?
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Question being called. Thank you so much. Question being called on, which vice chairman do we have here this time? Chairman Andrew's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 134 do pass. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. House Bill 134 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 165. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 165, sponsored by Representative Webb, ranked choice voting prohibition, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 165, ranked choice voting prohibition, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Excused, Representative Allemand. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Bear?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that the House Bill 165 do pass. And for the explanation, I give the mic over to the good representative who brought the bill from the southwest part of the state.
Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring House Bill 165, which prohibits ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting is a system that allows voters to rank their choice of candidates running for office in order of the voter's preference. For instance, if 10 candidates are running for office, voters can rank their choice of the candidates from highest to lowest, 1 through 10. Over the years, we as voters have had to make a decision on which candidates we prefer, candidate A, B, or sometimes C. With ranked choice voting, if one candidate does not obtain the majority of votes in the first round, the number of second, third, and even fourth round, or fourth place preferred candidates' votes are added to the number of the first place votes of the candidate until one receives a majority. Because of this, ranked choice voting leads to less desirable candidates being elected. Currently, only Maine and Alaska allow ranked choice voting in statewide elections. I believe that there are 5 states that allow municipal elections to do ranked choice voting, and 10 states have banned ranked choice voting statewide, including the one to the northwest of us, the one to the north of us, and the one to the northeast of us. There are no new statutes created in this bill, and 2 statutes are amended. If you want me to read it, I will, but you can see in your bill there, statute 22-2-117 is amended. And then on statute 22-6120 is also amended. One thing that I will point out with this bill is that the discussion came up about any other system in that under 22-117. That just means that if there's another system that comes up that doesn't have the title ranked choice voting, but it does the same thing, that is also included. I bring this bill forward now because I think it's better to be proactive in addressing some of these concerns rather than being reactive, and I would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm a bit confused by this bill. I know there's another bill that's on the way that has been discussed. I'm not sure where it is at the moment, that favors or which seeks to allow for runoff elections. And I know that there's a lot of support for runoff elections among many members of this body. Another name for ranked choice voting is instant runoff elections. This actually accomplishes what you're trying to accomplish in a runoff election, but it does it on one piece of paper at one election rather than requiring a second election. A runoff election would say that 2 individuals, the top 2 vote getters in any election would then face a runoff in a separate election later on, which would have much lower turnout and cost the state and cost the local governments additional money to run another election. Ranked choice voting said it's called instant runoff election because you can rank your choices, and on one piece of paper you can have several elections. You may have 2 or 3 rounds of elections depending on how the votes go. I don't believe that that process results in less desirable candidates. I don't know, that was a comment that was made by the bringer. I don't quite see how that works. Less desirable in whose opinion? It's the opinion of voters that matter, who's desirable, and runoff, ranked choice voting, instant runoff elections actually allow the most consensus candidate, the one most desirable by the most number of people, to rise to the top. That's the whole point of the process. Somebody who has the greatest amount of support among everybody voting on one day, on the election day. So I think instant runoff elections actually accomplish what you're trying to do in a runoff election, and at no extra cost. You have one day of voting, and then you have the software that tabulates the results, and it's one and done, and you have the results almost immediately. It may take a day or 2 to go through the extra counting steps, but you have a result very quickly, and you don't need to have another day of voting and another round of people going to the polls and more ballots printed and all that. All those expenses are avoided by having an instant runoff election. So I strongly urge a no vote, or a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of questions to the bringers of this bill. My first question is, the purpose that this bill serves. To my knowledge, ranked voting doesn't exist in Wyoming. At a municipality, I mean, at a city, town, county, state level, it's not a thing. It doesn't exist. So that's my first question. Are there incidents of ranked voting? The only one I'm familiar of is with my city council, but that's for mayor and vice mayor, and that's within their own group. So it's not really a general elected or primary election anyway. So I don't understand the purpose, because I don't think ranked elections exist anywhere in Wyoming. My second question, though, is on page 2. The reason for inserting lines 3 through 7, where we are taking away the city, county, city, town, county, their right to make that decision for themselves. This really is a blatant government overreach. We're saying you are not allowed to do this, even if it might serve your town or city or county. And that's what the folks in your city, town, and county have elected to do. If that what works best for them, we are mandating, nope, you don't have that choice anymore. So I'm curious as to why we are completely removing that local control on page 2. Thank you.
Representative Webb?
The reason that is inserted, to answer the very last question first, is to keep our voting uniform throughout the state. In it, let's see, you ask about, why are we doing this when it doesn't exist? To be proactive, just like I said, rather than reactive. Many states that have done this, or I should say, there have been instances in states and communities where this has been done, where it has been, I'll say buyer's regret. They've had some concern after they've actually adopted it. To answer the first question, might have some similar names, but 2 different vehicles. And so that's the best way I can describe it. It's not the same type of a voting mechanism.
Representative Storer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question relates to the language on page 2, line 4. Where it talks about any existing or future ordinance enacted or adopted by a county, municipality, or any other governmental entity that purports to authorize ranked choice voting in violation of this section. So this seems to be looking into the future with a crystal ball. But let's say there's a ballot initiative to actually put ranked choice voting on the ballot for the people of the state to decide, and that passes. Does this say, well, you can't do that? Thank you.
Representative Webb?
Mr. Chairman, once again, I would just use that same, is to keep things uniform, to keep our voting system uniform throughout the state. This has to do with candidates.
Seeing any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 165 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. House Bill 165 is passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 171. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 171, sponsored by Representative Strzok, Sexual Exploitation of Children Amendments, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 4 Education, to whom is referred House Bill 171, Sexual Exploitation of Children Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 171 do pass. And I turn over the explanation to the sponsor.
Representative Strzok.
Thank you, Chairman. So what this bill is, it's a very short bill, and it seeks to define more clearly the crime of sexual exploitation of children by amending the definition of the term explicit sexual conduct. So what happened, I was tipped off by this bill by the members of my community. And so an individual who had possessed many, many graphic images of young children was able to have his sentence reduced because of a number of photos that had the bare chest of young girls. And because of the law did not contain the proposed language that we have in this bill, it didn't count against him. He was able to not be charged with anything. So all we're changing in this is just to add chest or breast of a female person. So this is all it's doing, is adding that in there. And there's other language in there that will protect anyone from, say, if there's pictures of a mom nursing or anything, you know, or bathtub pictures. There's nothing in there. So there's language in there to protect from that. This is just one thing that has now caused a loophole. And I'm asking for a favorable consideration on this bill and just add those few words and hopefully close that loophole that people are getting away with. So anyway, thank you. Appreciate an eye on this.
Any discussion? Seeing none, question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report it, do so with recommendation that House Bill 171 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 171 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 318. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 318, sponsored by Representative Lucas. Maintenance of voter lists, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 318, maintenance of voter lists, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation of do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Excused, Representative Riggins. Representative Tarver, Vice Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill, and I'm looking for a chairman. There we go. You've heard a reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Heiner?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 318 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment. And I turn the discussion of that bill and amendment over to the bringer.
Representative Lucas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do I have to say I move committee?
Nope, you are good
Okay.
to explain
No,
the bill.
I've already been introduced. Thank you, sir. So I'd like to talk about the amendment first because it's really short, and then I'll walk you through the bill itself, which is also pretty short. Sorry. The amendment is a single line, and it appears on page 2, line 16. After the word from, we're inserting other states, including but not limited to information received from. And then it continues on the state to state. We did this amendment because we sometimes, and this bill is actually changing slightly something that we're already doing in Wyoming. And sometimes it's possible we can get information from other states, so we wanted to include that to make it really nice and clear.
Seeing any discussion on the Standing Committee amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to House Bill 318, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill is about proper voter list maintenance and ensuring that our voter rolls are properly maintained, which I know is a big priority for both the Secretary of State's office and the people of Wyoming. The changes to the existing law are really not very long and not well, kind of long, but not very shocking at all. We worked with YDOT on this. And so if we look at page 2, we're adding that we're going to use lists from the Wyoming Department, that place that handles transportation, sorry. And the pertinent amendments affect Wyoming Statute 22-3-102, which govern data sharing agreements between the secretary of that department and primarily with that transportation department. Page 2, beginning on line 5. This amends the statute authorizing that second executive to enter into agreements and specifically with that department that handles transportation, and it does 2 things. First, it gives that secretary the authorization or the authority to obtain more data from alien IDs from the department that handles transportation, and it provides that that department share information they may get from other states when an individual registered to vote in Wyoming has obtained a driver's license in another state. Currently, we don't always get that information. Second, at the bottom of page 2 and on to page 3, the amendments provide statutory authority to that secretary of that second division to utilize information from the Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, that's called SAVE program, to verify any voters listed on the Wyoming voter registration system that are United States citizens. Third, the bill amends subsection F on the middle of page 3 to statutorily authorize the second executive, that secretary, more information obtained by the department that handles transportation pertaining to non-citizens. And then finally, it allows for our secretary or the county, that's not proper, county clerks across the state to investigate based on this information and then to cancel any registration if they have data indicating that a voter has moved to another state. We're asking for an effective date on this of July 1st of this year, and I would stand for any questions.
Any discussion? Question being called. Thank you. All those in favor of Chairman Heiner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 318 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 318 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 307. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 307, sponsored by Representative Pendergraft. Poll watchers, polling station observation, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred House Bill 307, poll watchers, polling station observation, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation to pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Singh, Strzok, Williams. No, Representative Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 307 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, I would have brought this bill more quickly, but I wanted to get it numbered in time to have a very good number. This is House Bill 307. Some have called it the Bill of Rights for Public Election Observers. My favorite U.S. House representative is fond of saying sunlight is the best disinfectant, and it is in that spirit that I bring this bill. Poll watchers play a crucial role in ensuring election integrity by monitoring the voting process for fairness, transparency, and compliance with election laws. They help detect and report irregularities, they prevent misconduct, and they provide documentation in case of disputes. Their presence increases public trust in elections. There are more comments that I will forego at this time. I want to first of all, dispense with the standing committee amendment, and I would ask you to resist this amendment for the following reasons. Some minor parties who have candidates on the ballot don't have county chairmen to certify poll watchers. Those state party chairmen should be able to deploy their own poll watchers wherever they are needed. I would also note that the Wyoming, I have to alter this a little bit, a major party here in Wyoming doesn't have chairmen for every county, and so we're trying to add the flexibility. So when they suggested that we take out the word state and put county back in, or however that was expressed, I think it's important to leave it at state. It is more fair for smaller parties. Also, there's a section in there on badges, and we feel that it's quite sufficient to identify someone with perhaps the little, hello, my name is such and such, and poll watcher. One of the reasons I mentioned this, it was actually done in one county where the clerk said the only ID cards are ones that are going to be issued by my office. You have to pick them up in person on a Friday between the hours of 1 and 3, or you cannot be a poll watcher. And we're just putting hurdles there that are inappropriate for that particular position. So at this time, I would call the question on the standing committee amendment, and I would ask for a nay.
Representative Andrew?
Mr. Chairman, on and in favor of the standing committee amendment, having been a poll watcher in multiple elections in my county, I actually think the badge is really important. It lets everybody know that you're supposed to be there. And if people don't know that, it can get awkward when you jump them in line to get in the door to get where you're supposed to be. I think that that's a reasonable consideration. I also think that, in my county, I think we would find it odd to have people coming from all over the state, not from our county, to help us watch our elections.
Representative Sherwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd actually like to divide this amendment. My division would be lines 12 through 18 would be Division 1, and then the rest of it would be Division 2.
The chair rules that is divisible. So again, for the body's consideration, lines 12 through 18 is Division 1, lines 1 through 11 and 19 through 21 is Division 2. Representative Sherwood, which division would you like to take first?
Let's do Division 2. This deals with rights and responsibilities. I would urge a yes vote on this one.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would urge you to resist this. Essentially, the only responsibility, there is one, of a poll watcher, and that's to watch what happens. I don't find this a particularly egregious section. I just think it's unnecessary. So I would encourage a nay vote on this division.
Any further discussion on Division 2? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of transparency, I think identifying poll watchers is a great idea. On the division, aye.
Any further discussion? Waiting for the question. Question being called. All those in favor of Division number 2 to Standing Committee Amendment number 1, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Division 2 has been adopted. We are on to Division 1. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I did get myself a little backwards here, but this is the division on badges. And for what has been said at the mic, I agree that we should keep this in here and not delete it out. So I'm asking for a no vote.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm agreeing that we need the badges. That They don't need to follow a specific prescription. All that I'm saying is that the little paper badges that stick on that say, hello, my name is, filled out with the name of the poll watcher and the thing poll watcher, that would be sufficient. There's no need to add to a county clerk's responsibilities to come up with a special badge that matches everything else and then make sure that it gets issued and recovered. Let's just keep it very simple. Yes, have a badge. No, don't make it complicated. So I would ask you to resist this amendment.
Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for this part of the division, I was actually no on this bill because I was in another committee presenting a bill and had to leave a proxy, but it was for this very reason on the badges, because my two county clerks, the two counties I represent, it was very important to them. They felt that it was important that there be uniformity with badges so they can conduct their duties. They have some statutory obligations in conducting an election. And so this was a way to help them and to help citizens who are there to vote know who's there in what capacity. So it was an important thing to my county clerks, and so I'm on and for having, there's nothing wrong with having consistency here. The clerks are asking for it, so thank you.
Representative Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would assume, in agreement with the previous speaker, absolute agreement. If our goal is election integrity, then allowing for the "Hi, my name is" sticky badges seems a little suspect to me, because anybody could get the little sticky badges and, you know, the "Hi, my name is" stickers and decide they were a poll watcher that day. So if the goal really is to have that integrity and consistency, then on and in favor of the amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Sherwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, body, for showing me grace. I am an aye on badges, so I'm asking for your support on this version of the amendment. Thank you.
I think we got that right now. Okay. Representative Pendergraft, anything further on the amendment? Question being called on Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, Division 1. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no? Division 1 has been adopted. We're back on to the bill, and actually we have Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 is a very simple one.
Representative Pendergraft, would you mind moving that for me, please?
Absolutely, I would love to. I would move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 307 and ask for your favorable consideration and speedy draftage. The scope of this bill goes beyond simply one section and actually goes into the entire chapter. And so in order for this bill to be consistent, we cleaned it up and changed the word section to chapter. And with that, I would ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Question being called on of Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 307. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. We're on to Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2. Representative Sherwood.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I will withdraw.
Hooray. We are back on the bill. Representative Pendergraft, anything further?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill, very quickly, I'll just point out a couple of highlights within it. On page, very quickly I said, on page 4, lines 22 and 23, says a poll watcher shall have the authority to be located close enough to hear and to see the voters. There have been some inconsistencies in different counties. Some counties are a little bit more, shall we say, hospitable than others have been. And we're just trying to make sure that a poll watcher actually can do their job, which is to be close enough to see what is happening. On page 5, you'll notice it says all activities and processes at the polling places. This bill expands the rights of the poll watchers to be there before the polls open, to watch the voting process while the polls are open, and then later to be around and watch the other processes that are involved with that. Again, the goal is we've got nothing to hide. Let's keep everything completely transparent. And I believe this is a very good measure at getting rid of conspiracy theories and we don't know, because in fact we did know, and all of the parties involved in that election would have poll watchers there to watch and to agree. Page 6, just a couple of interesting things. On line 11, poll watchers shall be provided chairs. There have actually been places where poll watchers have been told, yes, you can watch, but you have to basically go stand over there in a corner. That makes for a pretty long day. The bill does include identification badges, and all I was trying to do was simply streamline that, and I may not give that up. I might bring that back. We'll see. Line 19, the Secretary of the State shall have the authority to promulgate rules. Well, that's his job. He's the Chief Election Officer. And so I think this is a very straightforward bill. I think it does a lot to encourage transparency and encourage people to have confidence in our elections. And so unless there are any further questions, I would ask for your aye vote. Call for the question.
Representative Harshman. Oh, actually, while we're waiting for you, Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clarification to the bringer of this bill. I've read this like 5 times. There's no payment to the poll. I guess my question is there going to be a cost to our counties and potentially with their cuts? I'm just making sure. It doesn't state any here. I'm just clarifying that there's no cost to the counties on this action.
Representative Harshman, were you planning on talking? Okay, you're not at the mic, so Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, there's no cost to the county. A poll watcher is a volunteer position. As my wife has done this for very many years, sometimes I wish it was a paying position.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on the top of page 4 for the sponsor of the bill. Of course, the word has changed to shall, but it's only for parties that have a candidate in the race. So if you, as I read this now, before we could have poll watchers from whatever parties in the state, but now let's say you're running unopposed, you can only have one party. Is that the way that says? That's the way I read it. I just want to make sure. So let's just say you don't have a D party in a race, and so the Ds can't have a poll watcher, or if the Rs didn't have, or the Libertarian Party, or those. Is that the way that reads? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the best way to answer that is simply to read it in context. The county chairman of each political party having a candidate on the ballot shall certify volunteer poll watchers prior to the day of the election to serve in polling places.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, but it's a fair question, but there's no language that prohibits a county chairman of someone who doesn't have a candidate for recommending a poll watcher. Am I correct in that as well?
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So suppose there's no candidate from your party who has filed for the primary election, but because there's an open seat, there's an active write-in candidacy going on. Does this bill suggest that even though there is an active write-in campaign underway, that party still does not have the right to have a poll watcher?
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Frankly, I'm not sure I completely understand the questions. To me, it seems very simple that if someone's on the ballot, the county chairman for the political party, and frankly, a state chairman, the way this bill is written, for that political party, shall certify volunteer poll watchers prior to the day of election to serve in the polling places.
Representative Chestick.
Yes, but there can be a write-in campaign going on. I don't understand what's confusing about my question. When there's a write-in campaign going, both parties should have an interest in making sure that the election is conducted fairly.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the bringer, the concern is that the language added on page 4, so at the top, it says, the county chairman of each political party having a candidate on the ballot shall certify volunteer poll watchers. If what the intention was to not, basically this requires there to be a candidate of each party for there to be a poll watcher. So this gets rid of one party from having a poll watcher if they don't have a candidate. And the concern then is we should still have poll watchers from each party because there might be a write-in candidate or just for the issue of transparency. So I think maybe a fix to this, if that is not the intent, would be instead of striking may and then inserting having a candidate on the ballot shall, it could read, you could just take out may and put shall, certify volunteer poll watchers. That way, both major parties would have a poll watcher instead of saying, well, if you don't have a candidate, you don't get to participate. So that's the concern, bringer. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you for the concern, and the expression is the same, and I'm sorry if I appear a little thick-headed sometimes. No, I don't have a problem with, the whole idea is to get this thing transparent. And my understanding of the bill, the way that it's written, is that if your party has candidates on that ballot, and I'm not talking just that particular race, I'm talking the ballot, then you should bring forward poll watchers. I don't see any reason to preclude a standing committee or a campaign, what's the word I want? A political party. I don't see any reason to preclude a political party from having somebody come there and watch. This is about transparency, so thank you.
Representative Hirschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, just to reiterate, then I think this would be a good second reading amendment to strike that language on line 2 and just substitute shall for may. And I think that clears up because it goes on to confuse the existing statute on lines 4, 5, and 6. That's how I read it. I'm seeing some head nods, so thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would encourage anyone who has a suggestion like that, please make that amendment and we'll judge it on its merit. But for now, seeing no further questions, I would call the question.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 307 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 307 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 111. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 111, sponsored by Representative Smith. Hit and run responsibilities and penalties, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 111. Hit and run responsibility and penalties. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report to do so with the recommendation that House Bill 111 do pass. I turn over explanation of the bill to the sponsor representative from County 7.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 111, in essence, is one of those constituent bills where we've had this issue since 2021, going on 3 times now. It is an act relating to motor vehicles, increasing penalties for failing to stop where an accident involves serious bodily injury or death, adding a knowledge requirement for specified failing to stop offenses. And so in essence, there is a gray area and a gap in the current motor vehicle statutes for hit and run. And this would just increase the penalty for someone on like page 2, line 1, who is knowingly involved and results in bodily injury. And this basically, they could either be guilty of a misdemeanor or guilty of a felony and not more than 5 years in prison. So that basically is a short summary of what this bill does.
Any discussion? Seeing none and question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Washett's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 111 do pass, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 111 is passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 218. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 218, sponsored by Representative Locke. Public utilities, stays during resolution of lawsuits, an act relating to public utilities. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3 revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 218. Public utilities, stays during resolution of lawsuits. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Stivar, Wharf. Noes, Representative Storer. Excused, Representative Riggins. Representative Locke, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chairman Stivar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee of the whole rise to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 218 do pass. I also move the standing committee amendment and turn the explanation over to the good Chairman of Revenue.
Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, it's a Committee of the Whole amendment. I'd like to move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 for House Bill 218. And let me summarize the bill real quick, and then I'll get to the amendment first, if I may, Mr. Chairman. But what the bill was designed to do is quite simply create a situation where if for some reason a public utility sued our commission that takes care of those types of activities, this was designed to give them the ability to stay an additional rate case if for some reason the lawsuit was attacking the laws, rules, or procedures that the commission used. Not specifically the data in the case, but ultimately if they were attacking the rules by which the appropriate commission was using. And basically what I have here in the hearing, or excuse me, in the committee, what we found from the commission recommended that there were some additional complications that the bill did not cover well. And so let me walk through the Committee of the Whole amendment and add that in, because that greatly simplifies the bill. Okay, so if you turn to page 2 of this bill and strike everything from line 12 through the bottom of page 2 and through line 4 of page 3, and basically what the amendment does, it inserts a new paragraph B that says, notwithstanding the requirements of Wyoming Statute 37.3.106B and C, if a public utility seeks judicial review of a general rate case decision under this section and raises an argument under Wyoming Statute 16.3.14 C, Romanet 2, A through D. The commission may, I want to make sure that's clear, may stay each part of a subsequent general rate case related to the issue under judicial review until the resolution of this judicial review including any appeals. So this was language that was improved, and what it did was it made it simpler. It brought it to the general rate case specifically, and gave them the flexibility, if for some reason there were complications, for the commission to make the decision of what part should be stayed and what part shouldn't. So we gave them more latitude so they could use it appropriately. And then the second part of this amendment, quite simply, if you go to page 3, really what it does, it's all kind of conforming language. If you look at 13, lines 13 through 17 on the amendment, it's kind of cleaning up lines 6 through 12, and then it deletes lines 14 and 15. And basically, this amendment, again, was brought to me by the commission that says, hey, this cleans this up, makes it easier for them to apply this, and is all it does, gives them a little bit of additional, hopefully gives them a little bit additional power to put a stay in place. So for example, if a utility comes in and sues, creates a lawsuit and then puts an additional rate case in, and that rate case would be in conflict with a lawsuit that they put in place, gives the commission the ability to put a stay on the case and not prejudice the legal case that's being considered. That's all, really all this bill does. I summarized the amendment. So if there's like to ask for questions, a favorable consideration for the amendment, and I ask for questions on the amendment.
Any questions on the amendment? Representative Harshman, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. To the good chairman of revenue, so I read the amendment as it basically take it from a shall to a may. Is that what on that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Locke.
Thank you for that.
Mike, please. Hit your mic. Hit your microphone. Oh, thank
you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. And that was part of it, but it not only took it from a shall to a may, but it simplified the language and focused specifically on the general rate case to make sure that they could, because of the broader rate cases, there's a wide range of rate cases. Some of them get a little bit more complex. Us focusing this on the general rate case and giving them that may allows them to deal the specific components of that rate case that could be affected. So yes, it was to basically narrow it down to where they could use it more effectively, and it didn't entangle other rate cases as well that to cause an issue. And the shall to a may is significant, as you mentioned. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to House Bill 218, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Vice Chairman Stivar's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 218 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 218 has passed Committee of the Whole. House Bill 190 is our next bill. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 190, sponsored by Representative Lean. Bond elections, language process, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 190. Bond election, language process, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Baer, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Representative Baer, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Baer?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 190 do pass, and I turn the presentation of the bill over to the good representative from the Windy City.
She's not from Cheyenne. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The legislation I bring before you today asks that we use true and impartial language when asking for spec tax from our residents. For you see, within my city, we asked for 7 different items this last year on the 2024 ballot. One of them had language like aging, failing, undersized. Another one that failed just had the very direct amount versus what it was going to be used for. This legislation just makes it so that there is true and impartial language being sent to the voters, so they have the amount and what it's being used for, but no adjectives to describe it. The oversight of this would come from the Secretary of State's office as they oversee our elections in whole. I'll stand for any questions.
Any discussion? Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the intent of this. I'm just curious why it needs to go to the Secretary of State and maybe not at the local municipalities, legal advisor, or the county commissioners, or somebody more local, or is there a concern that that's just not impartial enough? Is my question.
Representative Lean?
Thank you for that question. This would be so that there's uniformity across the state within the language and that it doesn't get held up on one county clerk. Thank you.
Representative Harshman? No. Representative Campbell, Elisa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question along those same lines, because I'm familiar with this, being from the same community and same county, and any language that was printed on the ballot had to be approved by our county and our county commissioners first. So any language that was submitted from the city had to be approved by the county and the county clerk before then going back to the city to get approval. So the local authorities already have that check in terms of the language that is used, and mandating across the state seems unreasonable, because we are taking away the ability for those individual towns and cities and counties to do what is best to serve their community. Thank you.
Minority Floor Leader Yin?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So not opposed to the fair and impartial language. I think that's appropriate. I mean, we should be impartial, but I think that when we give the second executive the power to decide what is considered fair and impartial, that's a little bit of a power that I don't want to grant one person, especially that could change from administration to administration. So you actually lose consistency across administrations. If you don't have that language there, you could actually make it so a court decides, and then there's at least court precedent. So the court within, regardless of who the judge is, they lean on court precedent. So you have a little bit more consistency. So I'm curious on why the second executive instead of allowing it to go through the courts.
Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And back to uniformity across the state, as they oversee all of the elections within the counties, that they would just have the opportunity to do so.
Representative Harshman?
Kind of a similar question, I guess, but I mean, think about what, I guess the problem you mentioned maybe was in my county, where thought that, and I haven't pulled them up and read them, actually didn't vote on them. They were in the city, and I'm just outside the city, probably like you are, but Mr. Chairman, but so I'm just wondering, just think about what this is asking. It's for your local county to go to ask a temporary elected state official who might not be from your town or county, probably isn't going to be, right? They're going to come from somewhere, to approve your local language. That'd be like us asking the federal government to approve our state language. I mean, why in the world would we do that? And then I noticed on there's no sponsors other than the couple in this body. And I guess I haven't seen a bill come through on general file. If it leaves here, what happens to it? And so I don't know the end game here on this, but I just think I trust my county commissioners. I vote for them. One of them's my neighbor. And I just think sending this up the chain, and then that person will be gone in a few years, be somebody else new, and then doesn't make, I guess, why would we give that power? I think we all believe in local control. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just say, aren't we all but temporarily elected officials, whether we're in the highest of the state or in our counties? I would urge that we do this for the true and impartial language, for you see, any good debater knows when you pull on the heartstrings, you're more likely to win.
Any further discussion? Representative Locke. Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I'm on and for the bill.
Okay. Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 190 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. Having failed a voice vote, a standing division vote is required. All those in favor, please rise. Y'all need to stand up anyways. go ahead and take a seat. All those opposed, and I'm just letting you stretch your feet out. You guys did not get this one, but all right. House Bill 190 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 304. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 304, sponsored by Representative Eklund. State lands, hunting and fishing on cultivated cropland, an act relating to state lands. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 304. State lands, hunting and fishing on cultivated cropland. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Davis, Eklund, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Vice Chairman Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 304 do pass. There are no amendments, and I will turn the explanation over to the good sponsor.
Representative Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, so folks, recently I found out that there was hunting and fishing going on some state lands. It's cultivated and there's a prohibition on that. It's against the law. And those laws have been laid down and ruled by our Board of Land Commissioners. Those would be the top 4 electeds. And they are really clear. And yet there are people kind of driving across these bean fields or whatever else they want to drive across because we have this loophole. And the loophole amounts to no ability to arrest or cite or do anything with these people. They're thumbing their nose and breaking the law because we can't do a thing about stopping them. The sheriff can't, the game wardens can't. So I brought this bill to close that loophole. I'll read it, and it's interesting that this would make a big difference, but according to the people who enforce our laws, it does. So trespassing on leased state lands classified and used as cultivated cropland for the purpose of hunting and fishing or fishing without authorization from the board. And so it just adds that Romanet 8 to B in 36207. So when in committee, there was pretty good support. We got support from the sportsmen, the conservation groups as well. That doesn't happen often in the Ag Committee, but anyway, haven't heard any opposition on it. And I think most of us would prefer that we didn't allow our citizens to break the law. And I'd stand for questions.
Any discussion? Chairman Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a quick question here. It seems like this is actually further limiting sportsmen's access to state lands for the purposes of hunting. And we've just gone through this big discussion over the last couple of years about overpopulation of the game herds. And I'm just wondering, if now you have to go to the board to get permission to hunt on certain sections of state land, is that going to make it less likely that we harvest animals when we really need to be harvesting animals?
Speaker Pro Tem Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So obviously what this bill does is codify what's currently being done by that board overseeing our state lands. But I'm going to respectfully push back on the fact of, should they be limiting land? And I'll give you an example in our country. We've got a square section of state land that has river bottom on it. And not only does it have river bottom on it, it also has a circle of alfalfa up on top. It's been alfalfa for a long, long time. Anyways, roads are closed, there's no access by vehicle to this, but this is an area where whitetail hunting has always taken place in our community. Well, about 2 years ago, all of that property along the river as well as in that field got locked up where no one could go on it. Well, they say that it's because it's agricultural and well, the river bottom's nothing more than river bottom that they hay. Well, since they hay it, it's called agriculture. And the alfalfa field up on top, and come December on late season whitetail tags, it's where I mean, a lot of people would go out and harvest their whitetail. And so my question is, we call this public property or state land, but yet in this situation, someone says, I want to hay a meadow, and all of a sudden can lock up the entire area where you can't go and hunt it. I mean, these are areas I've hunted my entire life up until 2 years ago. Now they're considered illegal. And so I asked the question, I understand, should people be driving on plowed fields? Absolutely not. Should we, I mean, but is this the answer? And there comes a point where if this is a public land lease and you choose to farm it, that's something that you have to understand is coming down the pike, is public access upon that public land. And so I'm on and against this bill, and I'm on and against the policy that's being pushed right now in our state to limit people's ability to access public property. I don't believe that that is right. Now, is there an opportunity for people to disrespect that land and the work that they've done on that land? Absolutely not. And if we need to do some work to make that hold up, I'm all for that. But I think that that this is something that we need to be careful, and this is a precedence that I know is being set, but maybe needs to be a conversation we move forward with and discuss as we go down the road. So on and against.
Representative Orff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a question for the bringer of the bill. I guess I have a hard time understanding how we're fishing croplands. I mean, I can understand trespassing across croplands to fish, but to me, the title and the verbiage just doesn't go. I don't understand how we can fish croplands. And I also have the same question. Once a lot of these crops are harvested by the time fall season comes around, and I really think it's a disservice to the sportsmen of the state to take away that opportunity to hunt on our state lands. And I get it. I understand that we want to limit those crops that could be damaged, but those that have been harvested, I don't see why we can't allow hunting to still take place. So can you please answer that? Thank you.
Representative Storer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similarly, if a hay field is considered cultivated cropland, then that means, a fisherman who wants to cross that field in order to access a river would be trespassing, and that's just not what we've done in the past. I can think of a number of state trust land parcels that have had, that are actually prime fishing areas. I can think of some south central, in the middle, south central, upper North Platte Valley as an example. And, it's one thing to drive across, but in many cases, folks are walking, and this would seem to make that illegal. Thank you.
Representative Eklund, do you want to take a stab at a few of these?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So getting back to these questions, the bill does not address the regulations and the laws laid down by the Board of Land Commissioners. And these are the laws of the land, and it just simply allows enforcement for the laws that they lay down. Now, they can change these rules and regulations. They can do it as they please and as the opportunity arises. But this bill isn't meant to address those. It's meant to prevent people from thumbing their nose at the laws as they are and driving across people's fields. So that is the intent of this, to allow enforcement on cultivated state lands. No change in statute in what the land board can or can't do.
Representative Feiler.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As a avid hunter in this state, I hunt a lot of state lands. And I understand what the bringer's talking, you know, you don't want people, you know, driving off through, you know, a cornfield or soybean or whatever it might be. I totally understand that. But also our laws are really pretty straightforward too when it comes to accessing our state land. You have to drive on established roads, or they can also make it to where it's a walk-in area and things like that in order to protect those cultivated areas. So to say, you know, there's a lot of cultivated areas that the areas that you got to go through just to get to where you need to hunt, right? A lot of people are not hunting in the middle of a cornfield with a bunch of stalks up, right? You know, it's just not that time of year. So, you know, so when we look at this, we don't want to limit access to the public to access their public land, but we also want them to follow laws, which are always in place. 99% of the state lands in this state, you guys will see the white sign that says state trust land, stay on established roads, all those different things. And if somebody's not doing that, well, then they can get in trouble. I think, but I think bringing a bill and writing statute where we're gonna fine people just because it's considered cultivated state lands, now we're gonna fine you for accessing property that's actually yours, it's all of ours, and pretty much be trespassing on your own land. So, you know, I understand, but I think there's a different way we could do this and actually stop these problems without taking away people's rights to access public lands. Thanks.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My recollection of when the agency got up there and commented on this, they don't have the authority, okay? This bill allows them the discretion, the authority to enforce if there is a violation, or there's, you know, somebody shoots a center pivot or is out there on a spring wheat field or winter wheat field driving around terrorizing everything like that. Without that authority, they do not have the ability to come in there and take care of these issues. That's what is driving this whole thing. It's not the question of, can you hunt on there? Can you hunt on there responsibly is the big question here.
Representative Schmid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One other question that has come to my attention is that on these cultivated croplands, if the landowner lessee is able to collect damage payments, according to our state wildlife agency's regulation, in order to collect damage payments, there has to be a certain amount of access available to those using the land. Thank you.
Representative Strzok.
Thank you, Chairman. The only thing I want to clarify up for some of you, and you probably all know this, but when you do have state land that we are leasing it, we as the rancher farmer actually pays money to lease this. So we've already put out money, or they have, and then on top of that, you've put out money for your crop. Granted, I understand the comment that it's your land, it's the people's land, it's also our land, but we're actually paying an extra money for it. This is some protection, and it gives them a way to push back on it. And if people were respectful, we probably wouldn't have to have these laws. The problem is people are not respectful, many of them, not all of them, but many of them. And then we wouldn't have to worry about this and find some protection for these people that have actually paid to lease it and then they've paid to cultivate it. So thank you.
Representative Alamand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a real tough one for me. And at this point, I still don't know how I'm going to vote. I look at it two ways. The number one thing is that the people of Wyoming should be able to enjoy Wyoming land, and that includes hunting and fishing. But then the other thing is the land board has one goal for its existence, and that's to make as much money as it can for our schools. It's only reason for existence. So then they have a good field where they can rent it for a lot of money for a farmer to put a soybean crop in. So the farmer puts crop in, and then it's deer season.
and jokers are driving out across it, destroying the crop. Or if they're respectful and they walk across it and then drag a deer carcass back through it, it could cost the farmer $1,000 real easy, because beans, when they're ready to harvest, they just shatter. So I don't know where I'm at on this, because the hunters do deserve to be on the state lands, and the state land board's going to make as much from the farmers as he can. Thank you.
Representative Eklund, do you want to take another one of these, or you want to take one more?
Mr. Chairman, so we're kind of getting to the root of the problem, which is for decades, we've not had this problem. It's a fairly new and recent problem that we're just now exploring. And the real question here is whether we're going to allow enforcement to prohibit trespass on cultivated lands, because well, I'll start with the sportsman group. Their comments were they didn't really want their hunters, who are real sportsmen, to be out breaking the laws of Wyoming, and that's what this is here to correct. Not going to correct any of the rules or regulations of the land board.
Representative Feiler.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Boy, oh boy. Let's talk about our hunters and our sportsmen in the state of Wyoming. I'm not saying there's not a few bad apples. There's definitely a few bad apples. There's no doubt, but I would say 98-point-something% respect every property they step foot on. And to say that there's no way of enforcing anything, there is right now. I've seen the game wardens do this, where if somebody was driving off the road or they were not on the right spot where they're supposed to be on our state lands, they get fined for that. So there's already a whole bunch of policy and rules and fines and all these different things that are already set up for enforcement of people abusing our state lands. I understand the cultivating part of it, or somebody leases the state land. I understand all those types of things, but most likely that land is leased out at a lot cheaper rate. But at the end of the day, these sportsmen are not tearing up this land. I would say our sportsmen here in Wyoming, they respect it, and they say to drag a deer, across some soybean crop. Let's think about our deer seasons here. When most of deer season happens, most deer are pretty high up during the archery season and pretty low in the wintertime. So most likely that crop's already been harvested by the time that happens. But, other areas are a little bit different. But this is just coming from a hunter's perspective that's hunted all around this state. And I can tell you, our hunters, they respect our properties. And there is laws in place for them to enforce if they're tearing up land or if they're doing any damage to any private property, public property, or anything like that. We just need to have probably maybe that group that, deals with our wildlife, maybe have a few more of them out there, and they don't have to do a whole 500-mile radius that they got to patrol. Maybe we need a few more of those folks to keep everybody in line. But at the end of the day, sportsmen are the good people. Landowners are good people.
Members, can we please take the sidebar conversations off the floor, please? Thank you.
But all the people that are involved in this bill are all good people. But let's not fine people $750 and possible jail time for accessing our own public lands.
Representative Eklund.
So the figure of 98% are really good sportsmen, and they're not going to get out and damage state cultivated land. I'd say it's maybe 99%. And this little piece of statute is what we need to catch that 1% that is a problem, that's thumbing their nose at the land board and the leasees and doing damage to crops, because it is going on right now. And the sheriff and the game wardens can't do a thing about it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Question being called. Representative Harshman. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please be to the mics when we're ready, that would be really helpful. Thank you, Mr. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the good bringer of the bill. How do you get permission to get on land from the land board? I mean, how's that going to work? I mean, that's what it says in the bill. You can't be on there unless you have permission from the land board. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seemed to me, just looking at this and, after going through the committee and everything, the issue is the state land board. What we need to do is make sure our agency has the ability to enforce the laws that the state land board has put forth. If we want to change their policy, then we need to go to them and address that. Otherwise, we're in violation of supporting that agency.
Any further discussion? Representative Eklund?
And you've hit on something that this bill won't do anything about. The land board will make their decisions, and that's where you would get permission to drive out there and do this. We're just working on enforcement, catching the people that, and violators of the land, of the law that's there before us. It seems interesting that we have laws, we're supposed to abide by them, and we've got some lawless people that can't be cited for violating those laws.
Representative Worf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I have to stand up and say that there's a problem that I have with this, with automatically assuming or the statement that rules and regulations are law. We draft laws, other department heads do rules and regulations, and I think it's important to understand the distinction between the two of those. And I also think one of the things that's important is to understand there is a difference between our public lands, which tends to be our Forest Service and our BLM type that are managed by the federal agencies. But state lands are, in fact, a little bit different. And I do need to make sure that the body understands this, because state lands are an awful lot like private lands. They have certain rights that they reserve. But I do think it's important that this body understands what happens. There's an assumption that we have as anglers and hunters that we have access to these state lands. And there really is, what I see in this bill, a problem with how you would afford the general populace to get permission and authorization from the land board. That's not an entity that has a lot of public meetings that are well attended by sportsmen. They're accustomed to going to our hook and bullet crowd, an agency, and discussing about access. And the number one issue that we identified when I was running Sportsman's Group was access. Access is a big deal, and I just don't know that this is a carte blanche across the board prohibition of hunting and fishing on our croplands associated with state lands. And I think it's maybe a little bit too broad for my comfort. I would urge the body to resist. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none? And waiting for question. There we go. Question being called. Thank you. All those in favor of Vice Chairman Banks' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with recommendation that House Bill 304 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Having failed a voice vote, a standing division vote is required. All those in favor, please rise. Okay. All those opposed, please rise. More than 8. Having failed a standing division vote, According to House Rule 6-6B, a voice vote is required, a roll call vote is required. Give the chief clerk just a few seconds to get set up here. Chief clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmass? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver excused. Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter excused. Oh. Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 10 aye, 50 no, 2 excused.
Having failed a roll call vote, subject to House Rule 6-6B, House Bill 304 is indefinitely postponed. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 176. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 176, sponsored by Representative Bratton. Vacancies in public office amendments, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 176, vacancies in public office amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Allemand, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Representative Bear, Chairman.
What is your pleasure, Chairman Bear?
Madam Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 176 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendments, and I give the description of the bill and the amendment over to the good representative from the base of the Bighorns.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start with a brief background as to the need for this bill. Many of you are already aware that there have been several instances around the state of Wyoming where a vacancy has occurred in elected positions, and the statutory process to fill that vacancy has become quite controversial due to conflicting provision in the statute. As you can see from the bill description written by our nonpartisan LSO staff on page 1, lines 5 and 6, part of this bill repeals that conflicting provision. The process for filling a vacancy for a political office when the person vacating the office was affiliated with a major party is pretty straightforward. Depending upon the position, either the respective party's county central committee or the state central committee is directed by statute to meet for the purpose of selecting 3 people from their party as a potential replacements to be appointed to fill the vacancy. The major party central committee then sends those 3 names to either the county commissioners or to number 1 executive, depending on the particular elected position that is vacated. In recent history, when there have been vacancies to be filled by the chief executive, he's done an exemplary job of dutifully selecting one of the names submitted to him within the time frame as submitted by statute, or as directed by statute. Over the last few years, when that same process was to be completed by the Board of the County Commissioners charged with selecting one of the names provided to them for appointment to fill a vacancy, some of those boards of the county commissioners have elected not to follow the statute, which says they shall appoint a person from the names provided to fill that position. Instead, they have pointed to a conflicting provision in statute which does not say shall, but which does provide a provision for a judge to appoint any qualified elector of that major party to fill the vacancy. That provision, as identified by the LSO summary, conflicts with the provision that the board shall select one of the 3 people for appointment. So this bill does 3 things. It removes the conflicting provision, which provides an avenue for a judge to make the appointment for a vacancy. It provides an alternative path if the Board of County Commissioners or our number 1 executive do not fulfill their duty to appoint. It creates a non-rebuttable presumption that a person meeting all applicable qualifications under statute to be elected or appointed to that office really does mean qualified. And I'll read that statute later. And I also have a standing committee amendment to the bill, which the office of the, I don't know what number he is, 2, suggested that I sought their, or 3, sought their input on this bill. So with that, I'd like to take you through the bill. On page 2, line 18, there's a new paragraph created, Romanet 7. That spells out what happens if the vacancy is not filled as required. Changes pertain to partisan elected position at all levels of state and local governments where there is not already a different specific method in place for filling those vacancies. So school boards, college boards, they're exempted from this. If the vacancy for the position is not filled within the time specified, then the state or the state central committee of the party that is represented in that position shall fill the vacancy themselves. That's in subparagraph A. Subparagraph B is, you'll see that if a vacancy for the position is not filled within the time specified, then the county central committee of the party that is represented in that position shall fill the vacancy. And in subparagraph C, starting on line 3, or page 3, line 15, you'll see that if a vacancy is for the position that is held by someone who did not represent a political party, is not filled within the time specified, then you just have a special election. So for clarity, as we move to page 4, I'm going to skip that for just a second to the attached amendment, which is the standing committee amendment that was suggested, and then I'll circle back to page 4. Where the county commissioners are, that is in a different part of the statute, and so I needed to go ahead and add that in. Everything else is in Title 22, but that particular one with the county commissioners needed is in Title 18, so I needed to add the same exact thing that's in the bill into this Wyoming statute 18.3.524, and it does exactly the same thing. If there's a vacancy in the county commissioners, then the central committee that referred the 3 names, then they will fill that vacancy. Same thing applies if it's somebody who did not represent a political party, then the remaining county commissioners, then a special election would be held. So this amendment also deletes all parts of this, delete the conflicting provision for the county commissioners. It's 18.3.524B, where a judge may appoint any qualified elector from the party. So this amendment, again, it does the same thing in 18 that it does in Title 22. So circling back to page 4 of the bill, lines 7 to 10 create that non-rebuttable presumption of qualification. The reason for this is in one instance, a board of county commissioners told the public that they did not want to choose the candidates that were submitted to them because they were unqualified. But it's very clear in statute, and this is 22-1-102, A26, that a qualified elector includes every citizen of the United States who is a bona fide resident of our state, has registered to vote, and will be at least 18 years of age on the day of the election of which he may offer to vote. No person is a qualified elector who is currently adjudicated mentally incompetent or who has been convicted of a felony and his civil or voting rights have not been restored. A literacy test shall not be imposed as a condition to voting in any election. So that's what makes you qualified, which is why I made that non-rebuttable. So I do want to let you know that I have spoken to more than one, several district judges, and they have all told me they do not like this conflicting provision. It puts them in a very awkward position to fill these vacancy with respect to their role as judges and the importance of being impartial in their work. And inserting these judges into a partisan fight between county boards and county parties is very unfair to them, and they would rather not be put in that position. So the purpose of this bill is merely to take out the conflicting provision. And our very own nonpartisan LSO staff put that right into the bill. This is a conflict, let's take it out. The commissioners or the governor, they pick. If they don't, it goes back to the party, and it takes out that conflict within the statute. The commissioners, it will save them from lawsuits because that's what's been happening, and it's costing the counties money, and it's awkward. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So to the bringer, I think this is kind of an interesting place to fill. From my understanding, and as much as I love my county party, I don't really like empowering them more than they have. I mean, I appreciate them as a grassroots organization, and I serve as an officer position in my county party, but I frankly am not interested in giving them this power. So my concern is that I've read about the story of what happened in Sheridan County, and from my understanding, the reason the county commissioners didn't want to choose was because they argued that the process that happened in the county party was not necessarily legitimate because of the votes that happened there. So if you could give me some clarification on that story. And so if that is true, would this bill have even worked? Because in that situation, wouldn't someone still go to a judge saying that the choices that were made in the county party were illegitimate and that their choice shouldn't have been used as the decision-making position? So any context you can give me there would be great.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not necessarily the bill, but I just want to, Mr. Chairman, clarify that LSO doesn't do anything that they're not directed to do. So I would just caution the body to refer to them and say that they had any basic role in this. They write things based on the directive that we gave them. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask the good representative from the Northwest. Are you referring to what happened in Park County? Is that what you're asking me about?
Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I think I am referring to what happened in Sheridan County. I mean, maybe I'm mistaken, but I believe I was thinking of what happened in Sheridan County.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just on that point, I think we've really tried to refrain from even giving the initials LSO and just talk more about our staff, the word staff in general, thank you.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't realize that, and we'll refrain. So I appreciate that. So there actually have been 4 counties, and it seems to it's an accelerating thing. It started, if I'm allowed to say, there was one in Goshen County, then it happened in Campbell County, then it happened in Sheridan County this last year, and then it just happened in Park County. There have been 4 similar instances, but they all had different circumstances that surrounded each one. I have talked to people about what happened in each one, and it's all been different versions of the same theme. Within County 3, which I represent, it was more, they had 3 candidates, and they said they weren't qualified because they hadn't, if I recall, received enough votes to get elected. But when it went to the judge, she just picked the one that had the next amount of votes to be the commissioner. And when she was, so then she filled the vacancy, and when she actually ran for reelection, she received more votes than any commissioner has ever received in our district. So that was a situation there. So it wasn't like it was a problem with the votes or anything within the party.
Still on the amendment.
Yes.
Yep. So I just want to make sure that we're still on the amendment. Any further discussions on the amendment? Question being called on Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 176. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Bratton. Any further?
Nope, thank
Seeing
you.
none, hearing question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 176 do pass. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 176 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 289. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 289, sponsored by Representative Geringer. Certificate of Need, Repeal 3, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 289. Certificate of Need, Repeal 3, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Clauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Wasserberger, Yin. Excused, Representative Stivar. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Rodriguez-Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Bill number 289 do pass, and I'll turn the explanation over to the good representative from District 42.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick on this, actually. It's a simple repealer bill that walks back Wyoming's outdated certificate of need or CON requirements for nursing homes. Originally, this was mandated by Congress back in the 70s. And since then, CON laws really have failed. And in fact, the federal government repealed its own CON requirements in the 80s. And so every president since the one in the early 80s on through to 45 have called for its repeal at the state level. Simply put, this bill removes restrictions on nursing home expansion while keeping safety oversight intact. It allows facilities to add beds, expand care, and meet the needs of our aging population. And it's all without unnecessary government interference. By 2029, the Department of Health will report back on the effectiveness of the repeal, or excuse me, on the repeal's impact, and ensuring that we make informed decisions from there. With that, I would encourage your support.
Representative Clauston.
Thank you, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is repealer number 3. So this is the 3rd year in a row I've heard this bill. Year after year, we've had people come to us and say, give us one more year, we're gonna work on this, but we haven't got a plan. So the first 2 years I voted against this bill, this year on and for. So I think time is past, time that we take some control. Thank you.
Representative Connolly, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. It's been a nice day so far. I am in favor of this bill. I think the time has come when we need to do this. Nursing homes, assisted livings, long-term cares, we're all getting older and we're going to need more of this. And I think it's time to pass this.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for this bill, it is, simply put, it is unneeded and unhelpful. So I get, not the bill, but the law. So the repealing of it is necessary. I think I might have confused you there. The regulations are unneeded and unhelpful. So on and for the bill.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for this bill, specifically speaking from our county, we're having to send our elderly and our loved ones out of our own county, and bad weather, we can't visit them, so on and for, absolutely.
Seeing no further discussion and question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Rodriguez-Williams' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 289 do pass, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 289 has passed Committee of the Whole. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 341.
House Bill 341, sponsored by Representative Larson. Summer Nutrition Assistance for Children, an act relating to public assistance and social services. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 341, Summer Nutrition Assistance for Children. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 341, Summer Nutrition Assistance for Children. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood. No, Representative Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
341.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 341 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee Amendment, and will turn the explanation over to the good representative and the big bear from Lander.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, appreciate the time here to talk to you a little bit about summer nutrition program that we're bringing forward. I think all of us are aware that there are a number of initiatives going on around the state, some statewide, some with private entities, some in our religious groups that are trying to address hunger around the state. And even though we're making progress, there's still a ways to go. Right now in Wyoming, 1 out of 5 children, or 20%, are food insecure in our state. And statewide, the number of kids on free and reduced meals is 42%, or 35,000 kids. There are 6,800 kids who get weekend packs every weekend to help maintain food security in their home. So as we look to identify opportunities to reduce that burden, there's a program that came out, a federal program similar to SNAP that came out a couple of years ago that thus far Wyoming hasn't participated in. It's the Summer Nutrition Assistance for Children. Some call it Sunbucks. In essence, what it is providing a card similar to what you'd get if you were getting a SNAP card, one of those that you kind of have in your pocket, that would be available to all those who qualify for school lunch for $40 per child per 3 months. So it's $120 over the course of the summer. The way this program would be implemented, it would fall under the department that takes care of family services. They would have to fill out an application. Those applications are due in August. If that's approved, the funding won't take place. This is August of 25. The funding will not be available for the summer program until the the summer of '26, because there's about a year's lapse. So note that that's the time frame that we're looking at there. There's a fiscal note on here to give the department needs 2 temporary full-time positions and 1 at-will employee to get the IT stuff in place to administer. Then they'll have to work with the Department of Education on the communication on those that are qualified for free and reduced school lunches. The reason that the additional employees are temporary is because they want to get this program and make sure that it's running before they then come back and make a recommendation for it or request it in an additional budget in the future. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to go ahead and move the standing committee amendment where in the committee there was some concerns if this, with a change of administration, that this program went away. The amendment was adopted that said the state would not be responsible for it if it went away. And there's also another component of this amendment that said that it should only administer the program to the more restrictive SNAP qualifications. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd answer any questions on the amendment or call for the question on the amendment that makes it more restrictive.
Seeing no discussion and question being called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 341, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Representative Larson.
I think you all should have received a little handout that talked a little bit about this program, and I think we all look at this with varying degrees of understanding and hope that this will benefit those kids who have food insecurity in their home. The one thing that we do know is that this approach to getting nutritional food into the hands of children and to families has worked better to date than any other type of program. Are there flaws? We heard a bill earlier in the week on SNAP, on some of the on how some of those funds go. We get it in this program. About they figure about 20% of those summer programs go to sweetened drinks, but about 40 cents on every dollar goes to purchase food, and the other 40 cents goes to a variety of items such as prepared foods, dairy foods, rice, beans, and other cooking ingredients. So although it's not perfect, it certainly is a much better avenue than what we're currently trying. It's another way to help our kids receive food security during the summer months. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few questions for the bringer of the bill. I'm just curious if this bill adds an additional EBT card to the top of their SNAP benefits over the course of the summer. I've heard a couple of negative things, I guess, from other states that are doing this, that there's kind of a scheme to increase state dependency when it comes to expansion of school meal eligibility, and if you can just speak to that.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, our amendment to excuse or to relieve the state of any responsibility as it expands forward if the federal program goes away, I think resolves that. If a family is on SNAP, would their children be qualified then for these EBT cards? The answer to that is yes.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of my motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 341 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. House Bill 341 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed? Having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. We'll give the chief clerk just a few seconds here to line this up. This will be on House Bill 341 as amended.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clauston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund? Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Excused. Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker? Are there any changes? Singh? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 25 aye, 34 no, 3 excused.
Having failed a roll call vote pursuant to Rule 6-6B, House Bill 341 is indefinitely postponed. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 125. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 125, sponsored by Representative Washut, repeal unauthorized use of vehicle crime, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 125, repeal unauthorized use of vehicle crime, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Washut, Webb. Excused, Representative Filer. Representative Singh, Vice Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chairman Singh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that House Bill 125 do pass, and I turn the explanation over to the good former Chief of Police.
Representative Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members, the reason for this repeal is fairly straightforward. Let me give you a story. Late one night, you hear noise out in your driveway. You look out the window, just in time to see somebody back out of the driveway in your brand new pickup truck and disappear into the darkness. And then in the second version of this story, same thing. You wake up in the middle of the night, you hear some noise out in your driveway, you look out, just in time to see somebody taking the wheels and tires off of your brand-new pickup truck, throwing the wheels and tires into the back of his pickup truck, and driving away, leaving your truck sitting on blocks. And in both cases, you call the sheriff responds, and before the thief can reach the highway, the sheriff interdicts him, pulls him over, and makes an arrest. It may surprise you to know that the individuals who stole your tires and rims will be charged with a felony crime of theft. And the individual who stole your entire truck will be charged with a misdemeanor. And the members of my committee said, this can't be right. There's no way this can be true. So the lead prosecutor from my county was good enough to come down and explain to the committee that that's exactly how it works. So we have before us an opportunity to fix that absurd law. 31-11-102 is the unlawful use of a motor vehicle statute. And you'll notice that it's over in Title 31. It's not in Title 6 with the other theft statutes. And what this law says is that if the taking of the vehicle was a temporary taking, then it's a misdemeanor crime. And so it puts a burden on the prosecutor to prove to the jury that there was a desire to keep the truck permanently. So anytime law enforcement catches the bad guy in your truck, before he gets it to a chop shop and starts taking all the pieces off of it and grinding all the VIN numbers off of it, it's really hard to prove that there is a desire to permanently transfer the possession of that truck. And so by repealing 31-11-102, we shrink the green books just by a little bit. And we then allow prosecutors to charge people who steal motor vehicles with a regular theft statute. It's a much wiser option. It makes a lot of sense. I hope this quick explanation will suffice, but I'm happy to give you a more in-depth description of what takes place if you so desire. But I ask you to support the repeal of the unlawful use of a vehicle crime 31-11-102.
Seeing no discussion and question being called, all those in favor of Vice Chairman Singh's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 125 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. House Bill 125 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 192. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 192, sponsored by Representative Larson, J.T. Public Utilities, Wildfire Mitigation and Liability Limits, an act relating to public utilities. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 9, Minerals, Business and Economic Development, to whom is referred House Bill 192. Public Utilities, Wildfire Mitigation and Liability Limits. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Representative Reagan's excused. Representative Tarver, Vice Chairman.
Vice Chairman Heiner. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, sir?
I've heard the reading of the bill. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 192 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendments.
Representative Larson, J.T.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, today I bring you House Bill 192. It is Public Utilities, Wildfire Mitigation and Liability Limits. Members, the general idea of this bill is that our utilities will file wildfire mitigation plans with the Public Service Commission in exchange for certain liability protections. And with all the fires we've seen across the state, or not across, well, yeah, across the state, but even across the western side of the country, this bill is more important than ever. This will protect rates from increasing dramatically due to fire litigation costs, because it'll force our public utilities to create plans and follow them. So I'll kind of go through the bill page by page here, and then stand for any questions or additional comments or what so forth. So page 2, it's just definitions, discusses the terms used throughout the bill. Page 3, lines 4 through 9, say that nothing in this bill limits the Public Service Commission's authority. And we really don't want to create any issues with current law regulating utilities, so we are just leaving it there with the commission. Lines 11 to the end of the page discusses content of the required mitigation plans. It says that utilities must each prepare a plan. It has minimum requirements, and will cover the big issues without being so specific that they prevent the ability to improve over time. So it's a broad plan. Requirements include heightened risk areas in the utilities territory or rights of way, and procedures that will be used to inspect and operate the infrastructure. Page 4 continues with requirements for the plans. Requires a description of their vegetation management plan, work to reduce risk of any facilities creating a fire, coordination with other utilities, and procedures for de-energization. Continuing on to page 5, discusses requirements to include in the plan under procedures for de-energization, that's a tough word, as needed to prevent creating fires or feeding into fires. So those are ability to access the lines, how to balance the risk of fire with the need for continued electricity for the community, the impact from de-energizing on the resilience of the system, plan for notice of to the public, communication with other utilities, with transmission operators, and with the reliability coordinator about the impact of de-energization. Moving on to page 6, lines 2 through 3 discusses the impact of de-energization on public safety and how to address that. Lines 5 through the end of the page, we're back to requirements for the plan. It requires description of procedures for restoring electricity after a wildfire, description of estimated costs and any rate impacts. And it's expected that these rate impacts for these plans are going to be very minimal compared to if we didn't have this protection in place and there was a fire. And that was testified in committee. Description of the community outreach before and during fires, description of work with emergency coordinators if there is a fire, and working with, the amendment addresses some of this, but working with state forestry, rural firefighters, and fire districts and others. Moving on to page 7, requires utilities to apply for approval of the plan, and it details how the commission will approve, and there's some amendments that will come later to expand on that as well. And then subsection C requires updated plans every 5th year. Page 8, subsection D, at lines 16 through 13, the electric utilities must file annual reports to the commission. And then 37.3-405A at lines 15 to 21 establishes the presumption that the plan is reasonable and prudent mitigation of wildfire risk. And it makes sense because they've had input from all of the experts in these fields to finalize that plan. Page 9, subsection B says the electric utilities must negotiate in good faith with the landowner, and this is in the amendment as well, so I'll go back to that as well. But they have to negotiate with the landowner for 90 days before any wildfire-related claims allowed by the Act, and before they can move to litigation. And that's a great addition that the committee worked through as a compromise to make sure that landowners are protected. Subsection C states that a person can still bring a lawsuit, but in limited situations. And those are when an electric utility fails to substantially comply with its approved wildfire mitigation plan, including all the requirements of that plan. And then also when the utility acts with malice, and then when the utility acts with criminal intent. And then on page 10, subsection D, any lawsuit allowed must be filed within 4 years. And that's the standard for negligence statute of limitations in Wyoming. So that's you see that in other places in statute. And then if there is a lawsuit allowed, the subsections discuss the damages, includes economic losses, and that's specific costs relating from the fire, and non-economic losses, pain, suffering, emotional distress, only if there's bodily injury or death from the fire. Finally, subsection 4 says that this doesn't impact other law. So it says we're not changing any other law out there about these things. Page 11 says that nothing in this act changes easement terms. Section 3 allows the Public Service Commission to create rules, and Section 4 are effective dates. And then, so I'll go to the Standing Committee amendment to explain that. Had a couple of friendly, favorable amendments to the bill that I think strengthen that. First one on your amendment, lines 1 through 6, just ensures that there's input from the Wyoming State Forestry Division of the Office of State Lands and Investments, and then an association representing Wyoming rural firefighters and any other appropriate federal, state, or local fire entity. And that just makes sure that they are getting as much input as possible from the experts on the ground. So that was a friendly amendment that we added. And then the landowner protection amendment, which is on the Standing Committee amendment, lines 8 through 15, just requires that the public utility, the electric utility, should negotiate in good faith with the landowner, and has that 90-day requirement before any lawsuit is filed. So that way we can protect the costs of litigation from the landowner, and that was the whole reason why that was brought. So with that, I guess I'll stand for any questions or further discussion, but look forward to talking more about the bill.
On the amendment, any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, question being called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 192, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That has been adopted. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. We have a Committee of the Whole Amendment as well. Representative Larson, would you like to move that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'll move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 192 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this just adds the language on page 7, line 9, unless the commission deems it's necessary to continue the implementation of the wildfire mitigation plan for a longer period of time, and the commission has entered an order confirming the continuance and stating the facts making the continuance necessary. It just provides, this amendment just provides flexibility for the commission, so that way they're not having to redo the whole process or anything like that. They can continue on with the plan that they have put in place, and with any necessary adjustments. So ask for your aye vote on this amendment as well.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, question being called on Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am on and for the bill, and I wanted to give you a little bit more background about the bill. That we worked on this bill during the joint interim Minerals Committee, and so we had a number of meetings about it. The bill was amended and worked on. There was a work group of what I would call stakeholders that work together. And so it included landowners, it included some of the energy companies, and it included other folks that had a stake in this. And what they did is they kind of, and the PSC was involved in that group, and they began to kind of put aside their differences and try to figure out what they could find to make work, recognizing the nature of the problem, which I'm going to talk more about in a moment, where we find ourselves. But I want to just say that that was a great group that worked with that input and really trying to come up with a bill that I think we've gotten there. We didn't quite get there at the end of the interim. We were a little uncomfortable, and that's why you're seeing it as a personal bill. But I want you to understand a lot of work has already been put in the bill. And so what I'll tell you is we heard testimony that was really disturbing about where the state of the industry is right now, great part due to the number of out-of-control wildfires in the West, and over-the-top verdicts in states like Washington and California that is really threatening the industry, to the point we had some testimony by insurance carriers that there's been a 10-time increase in prices for insurance for wildfires. We also learned that there's a growing lack of availability of insurance because reinsurance, which is really an important part of a market like this, are all pulling out of the market because the risk is too high for large verdicts and little protection. So we heard from those in the electricity generating industry about the challenges they face, and the solutions offered here really come down to the 30,000 foot level is this, that these generation companies create a wildfire plan, mitigation plan, and the bill kind of describes some different areas of that plan that is then submitted to the Public Service Commission to review that plan and approve that plan. The approval of that plan then what I'd say triggers a limited liability as long as they are shown to have substantially complied with the plan. So the idea is that we all get on board with doing everything that we can do to avoid the fires in the first place. And the industry is willing to put in the time and effort. Many of them already have some of these wildfire plans in place, but we're talking about probably some stricter things that are going to need to be done under the plan. So, and then they basically put the plan in place and they work hard to mitigate these fires. But then if there is a fire and there's damage and a lawsuit is filed, because there's a process, first of all, to work with the landowners about the damage before any litigation. But if litigation is filed, there is a limited liability that goes to the generation companies based on the fact that they had filed and followed their mitigation plan. So let me talk about that limited liability and what that means. That means that, as we spoke about a few bills ago, there's a limit to the liability. What it does in this case is it creates what's called in the law a rebuttable presumption. What is the presumption? The presumption is that the company, the electrical generation company, is not liable for simple negligence because they followed a wildfire plan that was approved by our Public Service Commission. What does it mean that that presumption is rebuttable? That means that plaintiffs can file a suit anyway. They come into the courtroom and they can say, I have evidence of actual negligence. I have pictures on my property where things were not done properly, and I have the evidence, and that evidence can rebut that presumption if it rises to the level of proof for the court, and we start at ground zero, and there's no rebuttable presumption that, it's been rebutted, basically. Also, the presumption does not cover, even if it stands for simple negligence, the presumption does not cover willful and intentional actions. So that's something different than negligence. It's not covered by the presumption. So again, that's where we are, is trying to come up with a policy to deal with the realities of where we could be if these utilities are not able to secure insurance and they have no protection on the side of liability. It's, the picture is not bleak. In fact, I would just say in the end, these are serious policy considerations. You can be on either side of the policy, but I will tell you this, I'm pretty convinced after all the evidence during the interim that to do nothing is really not an option. Because if these utilities go bankrupt, where are we then? And it is really a possibility. We're, you know, a few wildfires away from that with no protection. So again, I am on for it is a policy decision. We heard a lot of testimony about the significant difficulties that these utilities are facing. And I do believe that they rise to the level of this kind of policy decision. So again, on and for the bill.
Representative Locke, Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you kind of hit the point of this bill that had me the most concerned. And I'm grateful for the amendment, by the way, that was helpful. But the question I just asked, and when you read this, I'm no attorney, so let's start there. That being said, I want to be cautious about how tall we build that wall to give the local landowner the right and the ability to go up against this in that case. That was the part of this bill that concerned me the most. I agree, this is a very major issue. The insurance issue is big. At some level, we have to put some protections in for our utilities, no doubt. But at the end of the day, I guess in terms of the wording in this section, when you get into the bottom of page 8 and page 9, when you get into that section, it feels like it's a pretty tall wall, and it concerns me, and I just wanted to raise that issue. And if you could elaborate on that, again, I think the amendment was helpful, but that's still an area that concerned me.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having done a lot of work over the years with mitigation planning, I was concerned when I first saw this about, well, how is that going to work, and how are we going to make sure that this mitigation plan is done and that it's revised and that people are paying attention to it. But after reading what they have in here and visiting with my fire folks and such, I'm really confident that the mitigation planning process will be workable, and I'm in favor of this bill.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a great example of people working together for a safer and better Wyoming. I think there may be some tweaks that we need to do, but we have to remember that. This is a trifecta. This is the constituents, possibly keeping them, minimizing their rate increases. The landowners want this, and the public utilities want this, and they will actually promote the rules necessary. Yes, it sounds like there's some tweaks, but you guys, this is a prime example of everyone, public, private, everybody working together that we should go after. So on and for this amendment.
Anything further? Representative Wally?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to respond to the question. I'm not sure I understood fully the question about page 8 and the language there, but I will tell you that this language is not as strict as some limited liability language. For example, if you were in favor of the SLAPP bill that we heard a little bit ago, their limited liability actually is a lot tighter, and I'm a little bit concerned about it, quite frankly. So if you really need to look at limited liability as what it is and how it's done. And so in this case, I think we've tried to keep things open and created a very clearly rebuttable presumption. And so that's why I say, if you're concerned about limited liability and supported the SLAPP bill, we probably need to look at that again, because it's a much more concerning, it seemed to be more strict, what I would call.
What is your point?
We're talking about this bill, not a previous bill.
Okay, let's stay on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, so this particular provision in this particular bill is written in a way that is clearly rebuttable and what has to be done to rebut it. So that provides safety for the landowners. I will also tell you that industry came and testified in favor of this bill, because they are quite concerned about what would happen to them if we began to lose these utility companies to bankruptcy. And that's where it's headed if we don't do some policy measure in this space to help with this real problem. It's not a made-up problem, and it's a seriously threatening problem. So Montana's doing one of these bills. They're working on these bills in other states, Idaho, Utah. It is a huge issue right now in the West. So again, I'm on and for the bill, and I hope I answered that question.
Any further discussion? Seeing none and question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Heiner's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 192 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 192 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Committee of the Whole begs leave to rise and sit again until 6:30.
All right. Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Noes have it. We're back into sec. No, I'm just kidding. We will be back in at 6:30.
No, it wasn't.
Committee of the Whole will please come to order. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion is adopted. Mr. Speaker.
Reading clerk.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 117, do pass amended. House Bill 246, do pass amended. House Bill 90, do pass amended. House Bill 223, do pass amended. House Bill 224, do pass amended. House Bill 134, do pass amended. House Bill 165, do pass. House Bill 171, do pass. House Bill 318, do pass amended. House Bill 307, do pass amended. House Bill 111, do pass. House Bill 218, do pass amended. House Bill 190, do pass. House Bill 304, failed Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. House Bill 176, do pass amended. House Bill 289, do pass. House Bill 341, failed Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. House Bill 125, do pass. House Bill 192, do pass amended. Representative Brown, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Congratulations, Representative Brown. Standing Committee reports.
House Bill 249, sponsored by Representative Nyman, runoff elections and act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 249, runoff elections, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Noes, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 249, runoff elections, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, so that we all understand exactly what just happened and why that happened that way, we had one bill that got onto Committee of the Whole general file. Thankfully to Representative Sherwood, her notice and paying close attention to what was going on, she took note that that bill with an appropriation had not gone to, re-referred to the Appropriations Committee. She made note of it this morning, let us know, and we got it done. We pulled it back out of Committee of the Whole, which was the motion you heard by the good Chairman Knapp. It went to Appropriations and was heard by the Appropriations Committee at noon. That bill now had to be reread into through a standing committee report. The reason we did not do that as to arise to sit again was because I didn't want, as your speaker, to take any chances on the potential of anybody calling into question the optics or the potential problems of a bill not going through proper channels and being introduced correctly, is exactly why we did that. And so there was a lot of discussion, and I thank the good Representative Mike Yin and Representative Brown and our attorneys for saying, well, you probably could, and maybe not, but I'm not going to challenge it, but I'm not sure. But this, ladies and gentlemen of the 68th, this has made it completely sure and right by the rules. And so that's why we did this, so that it's all right and nobody can ever fuss. No matter what happens to the bill going forward, I wanted to make sure that it was done correctly for all of our benefits and maintain that decorum and that integrity of what we do in this House. So that's why that was asked for. So now, so you understand and know what happened, good Majority Floor Leader, do you have a motion for us?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Thank you. Motion passes. Representative Brown, please.
Committee of the Whole will please come to order. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 280. The reading clerk will please read the bill.
House Bill 280, sponsored by Representative Knapp, sex offender registration and act relating to criminal procedure. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred House Bill 280, sex offender registration, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that House Bill 280 do pass, and I turn over explanation of the bill to the fine representative from the land of camels.
Chairman Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. House Bill 280 is a constituent bill. And unfortunately, we all probably have had something about it touch our lives, but this is the third session that I brought this bill. The first time it timed out, the second time it stalled over in the other body, and it stalled because the Office of Litigation under our chief executive had some issues with it, and so like any good bill, they helped to correct it, and they helped to make it better. So this is a bill that basically deals with the sex offender registration, and it reclassifies specific criminal offenses to require a more frequent sex offender registry verification, and also to prevent petition to be relieved from the offender list, the sexual offender list. So basically what it does, and with the help of that particular office that does our litigation under the chief executive, we combined, we took off certain classifications. And so we tried to simplify this, take off certain classifications and actually enter other classifications into other areas. But basically what has happened is for first degree or second degree felonies, and these are the most horrific. It's not the third and fourth degree, that those aren't included in this, but it takes those felonies and requires you naturally to be on the sex offender list, but it does not allow you to apply to get off. And the reason I ran this is because that list is a tool. And it's a tool for every family, every spouse, every girlfriend, every partner to use to find safety within their family. And with that list, for whatever reason, this offense has a very high recidivism rate. And the longer you go, whether it's 5 years, it's about 22% recidivism, which is very surprising because that's the people that get caught again. And so very high rate means to me that these people do need to be on the list because there's a very good chance that they'll repeat offend. And so again, this isn't a punishment for people. This is a tool for the future spouse, girlfriend, family, children to use to be safe. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Question being called from the back of the room. All those in favor of Chairman Washit's motion that when Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 280 do pass, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 280 passes Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 144.
House Bill 144, sponsored by Representative Nyman. County Canvassing Board, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 144. County Canvassing Boards respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Noes, Representative Yen. Representative Knapp, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Knapp?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that the bill number House Bill 144 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment.
Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, Chairman. I think there's been a little bit of confusion, and I'm sorry for that. My hope was that 249 would come up and that this bill would disappear, because I certainly don't want to have two bills stacked. Can we just bypass this bill?
It's
got
been
to
read
be
in.
moved and seconded and everything like that's got to be moved. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's a really quick one for you, and just whatever, I'll beg your indulgence. This was a piece of legislation, County Canvassing Board, but this was an opportunity that was brought to me by a local sheriff in my own county there, one of the districts that I represent, as another added layer of being able to provide basically cover for our clerks, and the fact that they will know, in this particular piece of legislation, they will not pick their local canvassing board. This piece of legislation would ask that the local major parties submit theirs from either the one or the other, the D or the R party would submit their person to occupy that canvassing board along with the clerk, which would allow them not to be able to be picking them, because I had some situation that I dealt with up there where they said, well, there could be potential implications of, well, if I'm going to pick the board that's going to certify my election, then that could potentially come back on the clerks, is what it was referred to me as. So their suggestion was, here's another way to be able to protect our clerks while providing some responsibility to the local major parties. So they're going to be responsible to provide that person from either major party to populate that canvassing board locally. And that is the crux, and that is the balance of this. And so without any other, I mean, we can go through the bill here really quickly. If you look at this and you go through the bill, I mean, that is it in a nutshell. There was discussion there in the meeting, well, the potential of making it 5 members, but we didn't. We thought it was just getting too cumbersome. Keep it with the exact number of members that we have currently. We don't have to enlarge it by any reason, but being able to add another layer to that to provide some additional outside voices that are the responsibility of each major party in that area to populate that committee. So that somebody can't come back and say, well, then it was sent on and the clerk picked their own committee and they signed off on it for whatever reason. And so the intent of this is to be able to allow some protection for our clerks and responsibility for the local parties. If there's any further questions, I'd be glad to ask, I'd be glad to field them for you. Thank you.
Any discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the Standing Committee, I am sorry. Any discussion on the Standing Committee amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Yep, it was moved. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 144 do pass, all please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 144 has passed Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, body, for your indulgence. Appreciate that.
Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 222. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 222, sponsored by Representative Ottman, Medical Ethics Defense Act 2, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 222, Medical Ethics Defense Act 2, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Clauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Wasserberger, Representative Yin, no. Representative Stivar, absent. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Madam Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that bill number 222 do pass. And I turn the explanation over to the good sponsor from where the river is named after the wind.
Vice Chairman Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This evening, I have for you a general overview of House Bill 222, and it is called the Medical Ethics Defense Act, or MED Act. I'll just give you a general overview. There aren't any amendments. And so this bill protects the conscience rights of medical people in the medical field, which we desperately are in short of in Wyoming. I'm bringing this bill because every American should have the freedom to live according to their ethical and religious beliefs. This includes our medical professionals. 9 out of 10 doctors of faith say they would rather stop practicing medicine than violate their ethical, moral, or religious beliefs. 1 in 5 medical students say they have chosen not to practice in a certain field because of hostility towards their beliefs in that area of practice. Many of them are aspiring OBGYNs, which Wyoming is certainly lacking. This bill will protect Wyoming's healthcare professionals and help attract many more to our state. So I'll walk through the bill. Beginning on page 2 and going through page 5, you'll find the definitions of the terms conscience, discrimination, healthcare institution, healthcare payer, healthcare professional, and healthcare service. The term conscience is defined to include ethical, moral, or religious beliefs or principles. The term discrimination, Mr. Chairman, includes adverse actions or threats of adverse actions on the basis of a professional medical personnel conscience, but does not include declining to use or purchase any service. On page 6, the bill specifies that all healthcare professionals and institutions have the right not to participate in or pay for a healthcare service that violates the person or institution's conscience, and that no professional or institution may be forced to engage in any service that violates their conscience. On page 6, lines 16 through 21, and on to the top of page 7, the bill makes clear that these protections do not eliminate a professional's already existing duty of care or erase their duty to engage in things that do not violate their conscience. Medical professionals are also not absolved of their duty to provide care in emergency situations. On page 7, lines 6 through 15, the bill specifies that the rights protected here extend to professionals and institutions that hold themselves out to be religious. At the bottom of page 7, the bill prohibits discrimination against any healthcare professional, institution, or payer for exercising the rights afforded by this act. And on page 8, the bill contains whistleblower protections for individuals informing the Attorney General or Department of Health of potential violations of the act or participating in any proceeding relating to this act. Beginning on line 18 of page 8, the bill also protects healthcare professionals who blow the whistle on any conduct they reasonably believe violates federal or state law or regulations or standard of care, specifying that no government entity may punish a license for any whistleblower activities covered. On page 11, the bill protects professionals from civil or criminal liability for refusing to participate in services based on their conscience and provides a private right of action for healthcare professionals aggrieved by a violation of this act. Mr. Chairman, I would say just in summary that we do need medical personnel in every aspect of our communities and our state, and opening up this door to allow people to work in those venues that they, because of their beliefs, can work, just opens the door wider. They're not expected to do things that goes against their beliefs, but yet they're there to serve their communities and know that they will be protected from that. It also enables employers to know those things ahead of time, and it also enables people to open up businesses and do things according to their beliefs. So I believe it's a good bill for Wyoming, a good bill for our healthcare providers and professionals and students. And I would stand for any questions.
Minority Floor
I
Leader
would ask
Yin.
that you vote aye on this bill. Thank you.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So members, I voted no on the bill in committee. I just want to explain why. It's not that I don't think that healthcare providers should obey their conscience when they are providing services. I didn't think they should. The concern was that there already is a protection in state statute. So we have what's called the Advanced Healthcare Directive, part of our statutes, and it has a section. So it's called, this is all under the Wyoming Healthcare Decisions Act. And so it's all about, making sure that people can make their own healthcare decisions. But the big part of it that applies to this bill is actually 3522-408. So this is a section about obligations of healthcare providers. And there's a subsection E. That subsection says a healthcare provider may decline to comply with an individual instruction or healthcare decisions for reasons of conscience. So, and then it outlines the method of that. So basically, we have a bill brought before us about protecting the consciences of healthcare providers, but we already did that. The legislature did that. I think it was actually, again, due to in response to federal legislation. We wanted to make sure that our providers were protected if they wanted to decline to provide certain services. So we already put that in the law. So I guess we're in a big cycle where we just are putting another thing into law that we've already done. But this kind of, I think there's a little worry here with the bill where it widens it in a way that I think this act could be construed to allow a provider to not even obey certain laws that we have in the books. So vote your conscience, but we already protect providers' conscience without this act.
Any further discussion? Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question, a good bringer of the bill from Fremont County. Just, you'd mentioned when you were explaining the bill to us that I guess the doctors are the problem, and without naming an area but what kind of situation is out there that we're trying to fix? I guess, is there did somebody come to you and say, hey, I'm being forced to do this and I don't want to do it because my conscience, I guess that's, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for example, there are people that are on boards, medical boards, that because of their opinions and their beliefs are kicked off the boards. There are people young people that have a nursing school that we all support that they would love to go to, except for the fact that they're required to get inoculations that they do not want to do, and it is not at this time mandated. There are doctor's offices that are telling people, oh, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I need to be talking to you. There are people here, there are all kinds of different, there's just different things. There's people in the schools where they're required to do things and offer things that in the medical thing that they don't want to. CNAs are required to do things, and it's not in every venue. But this is just to say, let us, if we have a religious or a moral, that we don't agree with certain procedures that are going on, let us be able to say, that is something that I will not choose to do, either in my own business or as an employer, whatever. So can we work with that so that everybody's identified, so that all of the problems go away, that our businesses can flourish, that doctors can come and say, this is a place where I can work because these are my beliefs, and this is a state that will support me in that.
Representative Harshman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that explanation. And I get it, we got to be pretty general on the thing, and I think the nursing student thing and the vaccination, heard about that, I think. And then, of course, the state board. And that's I guess my thing, will this bill fix that issue? I mean, that person's appointed and can be removed by the chief executive. And so that's my question. Thank you.
Representative Ottman.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that these things, that this bill, and we heard, well, it's covered. Well, it's not covered because things are still happening. So this gives people the opportunity to live the lives and work in the places that they want to. Everything's just out in the open this way. You're not worried about getting fired. You're not worried about ostracization. It just provides that people can do it. And I believe truly, I mean, with the oath of do no harm, people are being required to do things that they do not care to do and treatments that they do not want to do because there could be litigation. This will take that to where is if you want to go to a certain professional that provides certain services, then you can do that. If you want to go to someone that doesn't, then you may do that as well. And as far as the one instance, it's not just one. We've just heard about one, but it's many, many people. And a lot of people are scared. A lot of people have lost their jobs. A lot of people have gone out of this field. And we all know that. And we've been saying, where have they gone? Where have they gone? Why are they not here? So this is just hopefully an answer to that problem and opens up the door for business, but also healthcare in our state. Thank you.
Representative Campbell Elisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the bringer, as I'm just quickly glancing through this. If this protection, which I absolutely am in favor of, falls to state government agencies and those other state entities, or if on page 8, this is where I get a little concerned, page 8, line 4, no person or entity. So does this bill extend into every private business and private business owner and dictating to private businesses what they can or cannot do? Because as a private business, if I have an employee say, I don't want to follow this policy because of whatever religious, I absolutely appreciate that. And what I hear you saying is you would like to seek employment elsewhere. Because I get to determine those policies as a business owner in the private sector. So that is my concern. Does this extend into the private sector? Or is it just limited to government, state agencies?
Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the bill, we heard some good testimony in support of the bill in committee. And I'd just like to reiterate that this bill is based on, it's procedure-based. So in other words, it allows for a provider to elect to not participate in a procedure or a treatment based on their conscience. And so what we also heard was that there's 5 other states that have passed it. The state to the north of us, another one that, can I say names? No, I don't think so, huh? Yeah, 5 other states that have similar values such as ours. So on and for the bill.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. To the good representative from Natrona County, the answer to that question is yes. It does interject itself between an employer-employee relationship.
Any further discussion? Representative Ottman. Question being called. All those, oh. Grr. Representative Larson Lloyd.
So walk me through,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Walk me through, please, how to do this right.
Just acknowledge the chair. Thank
Mr.
you so
Chairman.
much.
And if I may, to the sponsor of the bill, walk me through a situation at our state facilities where we have a healthcare professional and there may be nobody else on staff, then are required to provide, someone comes to them or somebody is brought to them who requires some sort of procedure, some sort of act that falls under these guidelines. The professional doesn't feel that they can do it because of their religious beliefs. What obligation then do we have to that individual who may be mentally or physically not able to make decisions, but we have to provide health care to them 24 hours a day, or they're vulnerable? How do we get around that?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ottman.
Yes, in answer to that, what I would say is that this is a procedural bill. This is based on just a moment, if I have, say, well, we'll just go to the mental health place there that you're talking about. I go in as an employee, I see which I have worked in places like that before, and I go in there and I say, okay, what is the job duty and da-da-da. In that specific place, I don't see anything that goes against my conscience because it is procedural. You take care of the people, you take care of those things. This is for conscience. This is that, and I didn't want to start mentioning certain things, but there are procedures that I would not do. There are things that are called do no harm, and that is an individual discernment in that. If I don't want to work at a place because they do procedures that I don't like, then I would move on. If I want to open a business and not do certain procedures, according to this, I am totally able to do that because that is my moral and ethical and conscious beliefs. So this is freedom for a person. This is not to say nobody's going to wait on people. People are going to be dying in the emergency rooms. You're going to have people that aren't taken care of. This has nothing to do with that and would never do that. Our healthcare professionals are professionals. People that go into that line of work are kind, caring people, or they wouldn't be doing it because it's not an easy job. So this is not to harm anyone. It is to do no harm and to be able to work in a workplace where my morals and ethics are taken into consideration.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not quite sure, because I read in the bill that it's policies and procedures. And so if I'm running a state-run healthcare facility, central facility, and part of the requirements would require me as a provider, as a healthcare professional, to do something that I find morally or ethically wrong against my religious beliefs. The potential employer says, well, I'm sorry we do this and so you can't work here. Then does that then become discrimination, or is that acceptable?
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One question I have: if someone comes into an emergency room or an emergency room in this case, and they are considered to be, maybe they are gender nonconforming, maybe they're a trans person, and they need life-saving care. But if I, as the physician, don't want to treat them because of who they are, can I deny them services in an emergency room? What protects somebody from being turned away from potentially life-saving care if the physician doesn't want to engage with them based on their identity? Where can you point that out in the bill and tell me how that's not going to happen?
Representative Guggenmoss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe page 7, Romanet 3, addresses that very question. Thank you.
Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yep, I would agree. He pointed that out. Folks, if you want to protect and honor the right of conscience, vote aye on this bill. On and for.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Rodriguez-Williams' motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 222 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? House Bill 222 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 136. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 136, sponsored by Representative Byron. Volunteer First Responder Health Insurance Revisions, an act relating to compensation and benefits. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 136, Volunteer First Responder Health Insurance Revisions. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Wharf. Representative Byron, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Byron?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 136 do pass, and I'll give you a quick explanation of it. Folks, I'm bringing you a reviser's bill of my own. This actually was a committee bill, so if you hop to page 2, that's all current statute. Hop to page 3, we're adding a few wrinkles to it. What happened was when we went to implement the bill this summer and fellow volunteer firefighters were trying to opt into the program, there's a provision in there that if you qualified for the ACA, which we all do, that you are actually ineligible for this. So there's a little cleanup language there. And then carrying on halfway through page 3, just some different language for your EMTs, your volunteer firefighters, and your search and rescue folks that want to opt into this program, and allowing for those communities to potentially help pay for some of that. And then at the very bottom of page 3, certainly an important part, changing that monthly to annual. There's a lot of lift to be a volunteer. There's a lot of reporting. There's a lot of roster work. There's a lot of report writing every time you go on a call. So this just streamlines that a little bit to make it so if you're eligible for this, you can submit it yearly. And with that, I certainly stand for questions, but ask for favorable consideration.
Seeing no discussion and question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Byron's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 136 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 136 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 337. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 337, sponsored by Representative Weber, prohibiting foreign funding of ballot measures, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 337, prohibiting foreign funding of ballot measures. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Bear?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 337 do pass, and I pass the description of the bill over to the good representative from the northwest corner of the state.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Essentially, this bill requires disclosures to be made to the Secretary of State for groups that are associated for raising, collecting, or spending money to support or oppose legislation, which is the subject of a statewide ballot initiative or referendum, to disclose to the Secretary of State that they have not received funding from a foreign national. I'll walk you through the bill. On page 1, it describes A description of the bill, which requires groups who are lobbying for statewide ballot measures file a statement with the Secretary of State indicating that they are not influenced by a foreign national or foreign sources. On the bottom of page 1 and 2, it creates a new section. On page, more of the definitions are up on page 2. Subsection B states that no foreign national shall direct or indirectly participate in any decision-making of a group required to file with the Secretary of State. At the bottom of page 2 and 3 specifies the process that the group is required to file with the Secretary of State must file an accompanying certification that expenditures were not funded by prohibited sources. At the bottom of page 3 outlines that the Secretary of State can bring civil action to assess penalties, and including penalties up to twice the amount of any contribution or expenditure. And finally, on page 4, specifies for an effective date of July 1 of 2025. Thank you.
Any discussion? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the presenter. I'm looking at page 3, line 12, and I apologize, this is something that I didn't catch in committee. So the phrase, before accepting the contribution, the group shall obtain affirmation from the donor that the donor is not a foreign national. Seems pretty straightforward, but what happens if the group is accepting donations online through electronic transfer? Usually those go through without any effort on behalf of the group. So I'm just wondering how the bill contemplates dealing with that scenario. Thank you.
Chairman Bear.
Just to answer the previous question, I think it's pretty obvious that they would anticipate the collection to have on their website that very same attestation. When you go to submit a donation online, you also attest that you are a qualified donor.
And from here on out, you will also be known as Chair Bear now, just so we're aware. Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on the bill. I absolutely in favor of the idea of more transparency in these kinds of donations. Political donations need to be transparent and wide open, and we have some additional stuff coming hopefully across from the Senate soon to talk about these things in political situations. This is for advocacy, issue advocacy types of organizations. And I do think we need a lot more transparency. I'm just have a question about how do we enforce this? And I know the enforcement mechanism seems to be a statement or a certification from the person who is running the advocacy group that they have not knowingly taken foreign money. But in today's world of super PACs and large aggregations of money, what obligation or duty are you putting on the person signing the certificate saying that I don't know of any foreign money in our organization? How far are they supposed to dig? How much information are they required to get from the super PACs? A super PAC, the whole purpose of a super PAC is to hide money and to hide the source of money. And are we saying, and maybe this is what you want to say, and I would probably be in favor of this, should we bar super PACs from making these kinds of donations? That would be a cleaner way of doing this. But does the person certifying that they've not received any foreign money have an obligation to inquire of all the super PACs that might be making donations to them? And what happens if it turns out they're wrong? Is there some adverse impact on the individual? Basically, I'm just asking questions. I'm inclined. I want to support the bill. I really want to clean up political expenditures. I really want to clean up this kind of advocacy stuff. And I want there to be complete transparency as to where this money is coming from. And if it's coming from a foreign national, I want to know that. So I'm generally in favor of it. I'm just seeing problems in how deep do we go in making these inquiries?
Chair Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm working on the pink heart that I'll wear right here. Just to respond to the previous question, the good representative from over the hill, I would just say that I'm pleased that he wants to support this bill. And he brings up a great point, folks. We depend on attestation for these types of things, and that's the way we do it within the initial layer, if you will, of dealing with donations. It's only when we find that there's a problem that we go in and investigate further to determine, you know, who is who and who has brought these funds in. But we start with an attestation. I wish it were more robust than that. But until we have, you know, a system in place, which I would certainly support, where we can determine where someone is from and what their background is when they submit a donation. We don't have that capability at this point, so we're depending on an attestation. Is that the best way? It's the only way right now. But I would support the questioner bringing a bill in the future to fund, you know, some sort of methodology to determine if some money is coming from another nation.
Any further discussion? Representative Campbell Elisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps this is just a question for clarification. On page 3, so lines 10 through 17, because I'm having difficulty reading it, because it seems to say that for each contribution to a group or person, first, we're going to affirm that the donor is not a foreign national, which I absolutely support, and not more than $100,000 has been collected over a 4-year period, which would seem to me to apply to all donors then, that threshold of 100,000 over a 4-year period. That's how I'm reading it. So that's the clarity I just want to ask, if that cap of amount and year then would apply to every group or donor.
Any further discussion? Representative Weber.
Question.
Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 337 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. House Bill 337 has passed Committee of the Whole. Speaker Nyman. Next bill. All right. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 249. Reading clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 249, sponsored by Representative Nyman. Runoff elections, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred House Bill 249, runoff elections, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Heft, Johnson, Knapp, Locke, Lucas, Webb, Weber. Noes, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 249, Runoff Elections, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Allemand, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Knapp?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 249 do pass. And with that, I will turn it over to the good speaker.
Mr. Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take a long time and belabor this, but this fairly weighty piece of information here, and I would really appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this. We're talking about a runoff election. This is changing the way we would actually conduct our elections in Wyoming. We've talked a little bit about ranked choice. This is about runoff elections. This is about making sure that whoever moves into the positions of our top 5 electeds or our national electeds, representatives, senators, or congressmen, would make sure that when they leave the primary, if they do not have 50% plus 1 of the vote, then that would require a runoff election. And this is why. Ladies and gentlemen, Wyoming currently is a supermajority Republican, or supermajority red state with an R. I think all of us kind of understand and have a pretty good idea of the fact that primarily the elections take place in our primaries. If you win the primary as a candidate with an R, then you're probably going to win the general, no matter what we do. And in Wyoming, depending on how many people are in that election, we elect with a plurality, not a majority. And so if you have, let's say, for example, a group of 15, let's say in a race, you've got 7 participants in a race that are able to stick it out. And in some races, and I would even say in this coming race, in our next top executive race, I don't think it's very hard to figure out that there could be potentially, maybe even, I sat down and counted up the other day, potentially up to 8 candidates that are probably going to start out in this race. If those 8 candidates are able to stay with it, with the dollars and the support, in theory, in that race, I did a little bit of math, it would require 13% of the vote to move out of the primary. 13%. So what you're looking at is 87% of the people in that election chose someone else to represent them from the party. And it's not unheard of. This has happened before. And I know some folks are saying, you know, this is a trying to undermine some previous votes. But in reality, the last top executive, Snow, you can go look at the results, was elected out of the primary with 34% of the vote. So 66% of the people that voted in that election would have chose someone else. Phrase before that, in testimony that was given in the committee, 28% was another gubernatorial race that won the primary and moved on to the general. So there again, you're looking at an even larger percentage of the people that voted in that specific election that would have somebody else. So, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that I think if we're going to do the people of Wyoming a real service, I think that we need to at least have people that are going to run for these positions that are going to get at least 50% plus 1 vote if they're going to go on to the general. And I know that's going to cause some changes, and I look forward to the discussion, and I don't want to take a lot of your time. But what I've done here is I've tried to work for the past 4 years with our folks that take care of our elections. And I've tried to develop a very good, close working relationship to ask them how we can implement this in a way that does not create problems for our state. I will not lie to you, you see it in the bill. There is an allocation of dollars in order to be able to make this happen. Because what we're basically doing is, if necessary, that we're going to have some type of vehicle in there to provide that runoff if the folks leaving the primary in those elections do not get at least 50% of the vote. Now, at one time when I ran this piece of legislation a couple years ago, I also added representatives and senators. And that fell on deaf ears, and it created more problems than it was worth. But in reality, when I look at we do the top 5 elected, these are statewide elections, mind you. So these are elections that are going to represent a state as a whole. And my thought was, and after much discussion with our folks that maintain and take care of our elections, is that was the most feasible, wisest way to be able to move into this, to make the attempt to be able to provide that majority vote for those that are going to represent us. It is going to do a couple things. If you look through the bill, and primarily most of this bill, and I'll go through part of it with you, the bulk of this is going actually changing our elections and adding the word runoff into most of it. But if you'll open the bill with me, you'll look at the first one here on the first page, starting at line 1, moving down through 9, I'll read it. An act relating to elections requiring a runoff election after a primary election for specified offices when no candidate receives a majority vote, providing the format, runoff, and the ballot, everything. Then we have to go through. And also in this piece of legislation, we've provided the means for those that if you didn't vote in the primary, it does not prohibit you from voting in the runoff. So you have the opportunity to be able to vote in the second runoff. And there has been some discussion, and I'm sure that if the question comes up, and I've heard it before, okay, you're gonna dilute this, and you're gonna lose the enthusiasm to vote that second time. I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe and I don't see that happening, because what you've got is you've actually narrowed it down to 2 challengers that have a responsibility to make sure that in that case, that potentially the other 60 to 70% of the folks that voted in that primary election are going to look to figure out who they're going to vote for in that second race, and they're going to have to court those electors. They're going to have to explain why you need to vote for me and not the other person you voted for before. And so the idea that we're going to have a lower turnout in that election, I don't believe in Wyoming is the case. Because Wyoming elections, people do pay attention. They do want to be a part of it. Now, there's going to be an argument, I'm sure, submitted to, well, you can look at this last election. There was a reduced amount of participating in that election. Yeah, and if you look at the numbers, actually, it's very aligned with 2016's election. And so I think that sometimes when people see a large number of people, I think that almost de-incentivizes them because they know that, how will I know if they'll get them? How will I know if I'll get my candidate? But if they know that they're going to be narrowed down to the top 2 candidates, then there will be real enthusiasm for those 2 candidates to have to work hard to gather those votes up. And in those other cases, potentially 60 to 70% potentially of the rest of those voters out there that want to find a candidate they can support because this is actually going to move on. Again, on this, we looked at I talked with my clerks. I've worked very closely with them. They said this can be done. I said we can implement this. There was some discussion, and I had brought this before, ladies and gentlemen, and saying that we needed a constitutional amendment to be able to change this. Because we have to, in redistricting years, are currently right now, as of this next election, we don't need to change anything in our laws at all. We can do this right now. The only potential hangup was that in a redistricting year, we have to have those census numbers by a certain date certain to be able to put together the ballots and everything like that and create the districts. We've actually added a piece at the back end of this legislation that allows for our clerks, our Secretary of State, and those stakeholders to be able to look at that. But the effort to me was, we can do this because we generally have those, and we've always had those information by April 1st. Now, the anomaly we were fighting over was last time was COVID and all the problems we dealt with trying to get information brought together, and that's what delayed it. And under multiple conversations with folks and clerks and others, they said, Chip, that's the exception, not the rule. We can do this. We can provide this. If the people of the state of Wyoming want this, he said, we can do it. We've also put in a number of dollars here that we can provide reimbursement for any of the districts, so the clerks are not going to be out and the counties are not going to be left holding the bag. There's an allocation of $2 million. In conversations with those folks today, they said an average election statewide, all of them would have to do this, 1.5 million. But it's only based on what their actual costs were. And so they are reimbursed for their actual costs. So it's not an issue to the state. And there's other folks that say, well, we can't afford that. But I've had a lot of folks come to me and say, you know what? I think we're at a point because of our supermajority position and why the fact that our elections take place in our primary is that we can't afford not to. And I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we deserve to have someone that garners at least 50% of the vote, plus one, to represent us. I think that's only right. And we are in a different situation with us being such a heavily one-party state. And that's what pushes us to the point where our elections take place in the primaries. And so, unless there's some other questions, I have some smaller points here. We talked a little bit about the costs and the reimbursement, people showing up for that second election. You can go through, and as I said, as you look through the bill, it's primarily adding runoff verbiage to our current election laws. And we've changed some dates. We had to move this ahead. So what you're going to be looking at is a primary in May for those electors. And what I was working with the clerks, they said what they'd like to see is our elections go ahead and stay right on in August. So it's not going to be dealing with us so much, but it's going to be dealing with our top fives. And quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, that's not a stretch because we've already got people that have already put their name in for the top executive position. They're running right now. And so this is not going to put them at a disadvantage or put too much pressure on them. They're already out there trying to go. We know that. And so that's not going to disadvantage them or create more pressure on them that is already what they're putting themselves in through. Everything's going to be held at normal polling places. It's going to take the first Tuesday after the first Monday in May. And then, because of our responsibility to make sure that anybody that is on military or otherwise for absentee balloting or for to making sure that all of our military and everyone can vote, Those dates are all set up by our clerks. They've got those clearly enumerated in here, and it all works. It all fits, ladies and gentlemen. It is doable. And so I guess with that, and I would be glad to answer any question I possibly can. And if you have others and would want to chat about that going forward, I don't know what to tell you other than we can do this. And I think that this is the right thing to do for the state of Wyoming based on how our elections really are set up. And I think it would give us the opportunity to be able to have people that are in these positions that have gotten at least a majority of the vote of the people that they're going to be representing. So for that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate the speaker bringing this forward and allowing us to kind of discuss the issue a little bit, especially for some of those that haven't been around for the discussion previously. A question I have is, in the last, I don't know, pick a time frame, 10 years, 20 years, how many times would a runoff have occurred? I'm aware of one in particular, but that's not extensive knowledge. I'm just really kind of curious what that might be. In my looking at this a little bit, I guess to use some numbers in the Peach State, runoff election turnout is often somewhere around 10 to 30% lower in the primary. In the runoff compared to the primary. And so I wonder if we will actually have a bit of a drop off there. And then I want to clarify for sure, what you're talking about is moving the primary for the top elected officials and federal to the May timeframe, but everybody else would still be in the August timeframe. So we definitely have every year, every primary year with those the top electeds. Then, depending on how the federals turn out, we could have every 2 years we could have two primary elections. The way I'm looking at it, because of this. Well, actually, yeah, with the congressional race. So we are looking at two elections. One additional election that we're expecting voters to turn out. So we're not just talking about a potential drop-off in runoff. We're talking about a potential drop-off in overall because people are confused. We already have some confusion, a lot of confusion about the presidential primary and how that all works for folks. I know this is a different topic, but so I guess I wonder how that's going to work. And then, so when we're talking about, you mentioned this as really being more of a concern because we are a supermajority state, but it wasn't but 20 years ago that we weren't. We weren't as nearly the supermajority that we are now, and the pendulum tends to swing. I don't foresee that we're going to be in this kind of situation, for forever. And so if part of the argument is supermajority, how then does it work? We're looking at having potentially an extended runoff or an extended period for with a lot of attention on one party, for sure, and not much for the other party. And I am a believer in fairness, and so I wonder if we're kind of skewing that just a little bit. Because we do apply so much attention in the primary. I guess the final question I had was, is there a way that we can condense that time frame? So say, since we're not talking but a few elected positions, can we move that to say June? Does it have to be in May? Does it have to be that quick of a turnaround or that long of a turnaround to get that done? I don't know exactly how I'm going to come down on this, but these were just kind of things that occurred to me as I was kind of looking at this bill, and I'd appreciate some analysis on that.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without belaboring a point, I think the simplest solution here would have been the ranked choice, the instant runoff elections, but that ship has sailed, so now we've got to deal with this bill. And I have some of the similar questions that the good representative just spoke to. So it sounds like in the off year, the non-presidential election year, the midterm election, if you will, when our 5 electeds, maybe 6 electeds, depending on that other bill, when they're up, we're going to have, we will always have 3 elections. We're going to have a top 5 or top 6 primary in May, and then a primary for everybody else, all of us, members of the legislature, municipal offices, county offices, that'll be in August. And then we have the general election. So we're requiring 3 elections every midterm, okay? Suppose somebody wins 50% in the top 5 election in May. Do they skip the next election and go straight to the general? Or do they, so that's the first question. Second question is, if nobody gets 50% in that top 5 election in May, then are we going to use the August primary to be the tiebreaker? So the top 2 from the May election go into the August primary, okay? So I'm getting some nods from the podium there, so it sounds like that's the way it's supposed to work. If a candidate for top 5 is not one of the top 2 and therefore loses are they then free to file a petition in later May to run for another office, say a legislative office? Because you're not allowed to be on the same ballot for 2 offices, but if you've lost the earlier election, are you requalified then to run for legislative office? It's another query. I'm not quite sure how that works. I think probably you would be able to. This is a lot of elections. It's a lot of, and I think it's going to be completely confusing to people. What's the filing date for the top 5 election? When do you have to file to get on that ballot? Do you file that while we're in session here? How much time do you have before, in order to start running for office, you're going to have some time before May. So maybe you're filing for office while we're in session here. Backing it up that far just seems a little bit too much politics to me. So I just appreciate some answers to those questions.
Speaker Nyman.
Sure you don't want me to try to take some more questions before I go? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the good questions. This is good, and this is what we need to do, and it is important, and I'm glad to try to answer these. To the good representative from here in the capital area, yes, this last election would have required say for example our top executive, that would have required a runoff. You'd have had an election then there would have been a top 3, but those top 2 would have forwarded on. And then the one, let's see, just previous to that would have been also. I think that if I'm thinking the right elector, I do believe it would have been. That one also, I think that was the one that was 28.3% of the vote left the primary. I'll have to go double check that, and I can find that out for you. If the bill moves ahead, I will certainly get that information for you, and that's easy to check. And in fact, it was, if we go back to testimony, and I didn't write it down, but the number 2 gave that testimony and cited a couple of those in testimony in the committee. To me, and to answer, try to stay on one person here, to me, I think this is nonpartisan. So if you have either party is going to qualify for this, is going to do this. So if you've got your minor party that is going to have, let's say, 4 or 5 candidates running, I would think they would also too want to make sure that their top 1 is going to be the one that moves ahead and for their group. So to me, the legislation as far as the election legislation here is very nonpartisan. I think it'll move with whatever the direction of the people of the state of Wyoming. But I will say this. We have consistently moved more and more to one party. If you go back here, even 15 years ago, 20 years ago, even you can look at some of the recent newspaper articles and some recent study, we've just seen a consistent rolling that way. And I think You know, ladies and gentlemen, we've passed some legislation that have kind of tried to deal with that, you know, party crossover and things like that, because they just don't feel like as if they have an opportunity to be able to speak in those elections. I think this, you know, quite frankly, 4 years ago when I started discussing this, that was some of the issue, is that maybe some folks that are from a different party could see more effect because of the fact that we elect on a plurality. So if you had a multiple member race, a small group of people can have an extremely large effect on a 5-person race or a 6-person race, or even, heavens forbid, maybe this coming one, an 8-person race. But we've done some legislation to kind of address that. And so those effects, I think, was a part of the early catalyst of trying to make sure that instead of a small group having a real effect because we're doing it based on a plurality, then if you go to a majority, then it's going to have a broader influence, a broader effect by more of the folks that are registered of that quote. Oh, please, I hope that's not a bill. Anyway, the broader effect of that influence on those elections. And quite honestly, sir, that was a part of the catalyst that drove this, is that we make sure that if you're going to be from that party and you're going to get elected, then I want you to at least have 50% plus 1 vote in order to move on to be able to be a representative from that party. As far as the condensing the days, yes. And if you'll look at the back of the bill, and I would have you look at it, that is the part of the bill that we want to be able to, we can do this, but there's also the opportunity for our clerks and for the folks that take care of our elections to be able to do some looking at those numbers and the dates and try to compress that. They're actively looking at that right now and working with us to try to do that. But we can do this right now the way it's set up. But that is their admonition to see. They're going to try to look. But there are limitations, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to have so much space between, because you've got to be able to send a ballot to the furthest reaches just this side of the moon, or where there's 3-pointed looking things, and it's got to be able to go there and be back in time to be able to be counted in elections. So those are determining factors, and that's a lot of this language in this bill, is making sure that no one is disenfranchised, that everybody can get their ballot, we can get it back safely, and they can have their vote counted in the primary, runoff if needed, mind you, and I will say this, if needed, and then the general. So to the good representative, where'd you go? You're over the hill. What did I say? You're not. The good representative from, did I say? Meaning no disrespect, representative. You're far from over the hill. You're from over the hill. So as long as you're going, so from there, not there. Okay, all right. Let's see. You know, and I get that. I do. I can see what you're saying, is that we can have too many elections. But ladies and gentlemen, as I've thought about this, and I've had some time to think about this, this started 4 years ago. I think the people of Wyoming would relish the idea that they have an opportunity to have someone that there's going to be represented, that they know that over half, we pride ourselves on democracy. We pride ourselves on majority of representative republic, democratically elected representative republic. I would prefer myself, speaking only for myself, that if I'm going to put somebody in that position, that very important position, say that at least, if not one more vote than half of the people of this good state have elected that person to be in that position. I would feel better about that. And when you take, let's say you win with 30%, to me, immediately that tells me that 70% of the people, 7 out of 10 people in this state would have preferred to have somebody else represent them. To me, that's a problem. I mean, that's my point in this. And that's why I think we can solve a lot of this by making the other group that didn't get that enough vote to get up to 50%, make them run. Get out there. Fight for the votes of those folks that needed to have a good reason why they should vote for you and not the other candidate. And then we have that challenge, we have that contention, we have that run, we have that work. It's going to take more work. You don't just get it because you win the primary. I think there's some major problems with that. And so that's the reason behind driving this. Let's see, what else did I write down? It looks like Sanskrit, what I wrote down here. Refunded later, office. Yes, you would have, your filing date would be in February, because you have to file so many days in advance to be able to be for the May primary. But those are for the top fives. And as I said when I first opened this, we got folks that are already running. They're hanging up their shingle, they're sending out advertisements, they're positioning themselves right now. And and there was, and this was a point of concern when I first ran this. And I had a long visit with our previous number two when he was in there. And he said, Chip, he said, don't let anybody fool you. He said, I got people that drop off their checks and say, before they even leave the legislature, he said, just hold this until it's time to file it. I know I'm running. So, and that was when I was trying to do it as far as representatives and senators. Now, I'm only talking about the top fives and our nationals. Again, they're running now. It's not like as if we're pushing them into something too soon. They're already running. So I hope I was able to answer questions. If I didn't, please give me another holler. So with that, Mr. Chairman.
Let's go to Representative Wiley, who's been waiting back there very patiently.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say, first of all, I'm glad I don't live over the hill. But
Okay, to live over the hill.
Hey,
just
whoa,
don't be
whoa,
over
whoa,
the
whoa,
hill.
whoa,
Okay,
whoa.
so-
Yes. No, I understand the intent of the bill, and I really don't disagree with it at all. I'm struggling with the methodology, because what it seems like ends up happening is we begin to institutionalize 3 different elections. I think that could have a drastic effect on turnout. I mean, even though we're not in this particular bill, I've had people tell me all the time, I didn't vote in the general, I voted for you in the other one, and I think it doesn't really translate for some of our constituents. But I'm wondering if there isn't potentially a different approach. Maybe you consider it, maybe it's a really bad idea, but to really move up the primary, let the primary decide who should be in a runoff, and have the runoff before the general. Like, do it in a different order, because then that second election might not have to happen. The way it's designed, it seems to me, requires every year, off election year, we have to have 3 different elections, where it's possible that I'm not saying this year perhaps, at the coming up time, but it's possible that there will be many times we don't need that other election. So I don't know, is it possible to move up the primary for everyone, and then have enough space for a runoff between the primary and the general?
Let's go to Representative Washut, Chairman Washut first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just 3 things came to my mind. Number one, I think this approach makes the donors all the more important. That you're going to have to win the donor race in order to fund 3 separate elections. And so a candidate who might be popular but is unable to raise money from that certain class of people who would support a campaign, just because of the fundraising side, may not be able to be sustained for 3 elections. So that worries me a little bit. Secondly, if the top 5 elections, if somebody wins with 50+1 in all 5 of those elections, I really do think it's going to dilute enthusiasm for our races and for all the other races. When there's no presidential candidate, there's no top 5 elected, still in the heat in August, I could see a waning of enthusiasm. And lastly, I think you run the potential to have a very protracted lame duck period. And I'm not sure that'd be good for the state. So if you would address those kinds of things, I'd like to hear it.
Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But I would ask, a protracted lame duck, I guess I did not quite understand that. So hopefully, if you could clarify that for me, sir, and then I can maybe answer it better.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Washut, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's say one of the top 5 doesn't win the election in May. Somebody else gets 50+1. And so one of the seated top 5 will remain in office until January, right? with everybody else in state government know that they didn't win re-election. That's the lame duck.
Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. I guess what it would do is it would add 90 days. They would know 3 months more that they were not going to be in there, is what it would boil down to. And I don't know how much damage they can do in 90 days if they just didn't care anymore or whatever, but it would be 3 months. Because then that election would have taken place in May as opposed to August. They would have normally found out in August. So they'd have to mind their business and behave themselves until August and normally find out now. Now they got to mind themselves and behave themselves till May and then find out, and then they can do whatever. So I guess at that point, and thank you very much for that. Yeah, no, and that's a good question, and I appreciate that. You know, it's just boiling down to the fact that if they can't win that, who knows? They might be in a real challenge. They might have to get their ducks in a row and really run a hard election until August, because they might have another challenger because they didn't win 50% of the vote. And so they're going to have to really get out there and make people remember why they should vote for them. And so that's the challenge. And that's what I think is the important part of this, is that I don't think you should be able to just move ahead because you got 30% of the vote, or 20% of the vote, depending on, or 25, or 34, or 56, or go 56, 42. No, I think you need to be able to have somebody challenge you, because over half the people didn't particularly care for what you were peddling, evidently, and I think they need another option. As far as the country lawyer, could we move the primary up? The dates are constrictive. Now, that's basically what we have, though, because what you've got is runoffs are not mandatory. They're only if you don't have somebody win. They don't take place if there's not, unless they have to. This is only to put things in there in the event of someone not winning over half the vote. And so, but in order to make that happen, and to make all of the ballots and everything fit for the absentees and everything, this is what you have to do, because there has to be a certain amount of time in between each election in order to make sure that everybody can vote and there's no one disenfranchised. And so if you win 50%, over 50%, there's no runoff. You're done in May. You truck right on to the general, is what happens. And so if there's people that don't get 50%, that triggers the runoff in that race. And they're going to have to then work hard, and then they're going to have an opportunity to convince everybody to vote for them over the other person by August. And then that mano a mano goes on to your general from your particular parties. And so this is only triggered if we don't have a majority vote. And we need those dates in between to make sure that we have the ability to get votes to people so we don't disenfranchise anybody. And I also like the idea, and I mentioned it earlier, you are not restricted if you didn't vote in the primary to be able to vote in the runoff. If you're a qualified elector, you don't have to vote in the primary. You can still vote in the runoff. So the potential is there. You know, and I'm not going to tell you that automatically everybody's going to automatically be in vote and it's going to be huge. I don't know that. But what happens if we do this and everybody finds out that this is what we really want to do, and it develops a harder fought race one-on-one for that runoff position to go on to the general? And they have to put out more dollars, they have to work harder, they have to travel more, they have to go to meet more people, because it's going to cost more money. It might, you know, what do they say? All money is the mother's milk of elections or politics. But that's doing that now. I will defy you, ladies and gentlemen, in the system we currently have. When I ran 4 years ago, it cost me about $18,000 for everything. It's more now, a lot more in some races, and that's not even with runoffs. So I guess, you know, and I won't belabor the point. I know it's getting late, and I really appreciate and I love you for giving me the time to do this, and I'll answer any more questions because see, we got more. Here's what I'm wanting to do. I'm wanting to make sure that the people that represent us are at least half the people of this state or more. That is the crux of this whole thing. If we're satisfied that we can do this on a fewer number of votes from a plurality, then we can keep doing it. But I've done the work, ladies and gentlemen. I've worked with these people that are going to put this election on. They have assured me in testimony, we can do this. This can be done. And it can be done right, because they do a great job. So with that.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the good speaker, the bringer of the bill, I just want to turn our attention to page 8. If everybody could look at page 8 on the bill, line 19, 22-2104, election dates. And of course, you just see the B in there, the primary, and I've got the green book. A is general election held on the precincts of the state on the Tuesday next following the first Monday in November of each even numbered year. That's a general election every 2 years. And then B, the next one, a primary election shall be held at the regular polling places, and you can see that existing statute. And Mr. Speaker, this moves the primary from August to May for all of us, not just the 5. It's all of us in this room. You're going to run in a May primary, period. And then the statute that's hooked to this, which we passed last year, members, go to page 15. If you go to page 15, line 4 of the bill, 225209, time for filing nominations, applications, certified list. Well, time to that deal's now, it's 90 days before this, you have to file, and then you have to register with that party to vote in that primary in May by the end of that filing date, at 80 to 90 days. So you'll have to, our people will have to file as with their political party first week in February to vote in the May primary, and that's for all of us, Mr. Speaker. That's the way it's written. And then I understand the runoff. I think that's an interesting idea, but I think if we wanted to really do this, I think we'd squeeze it in after the August primary. But I would hate to see us drag this thing clear out to February, and everybody's starting all that squawking going on and campaigning, and then the election's in May, and then we got a whole nother 5-6 months of this stuff. And I think if anything, we compress it, and you move the primary closer to general. I think that's what our people really want. I don't think they want this extended for another 6 months. So I just want to be really clear. Page 8, that is all of us in this room and down at the other end of the hall are running in a May primary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Speaker, for bringing this. I had the same concern as the last representative, and even if that doesn't happen, think about our top 5, how busy they are right now. Right, they're going to be busy until the middle of March. And our congressional delegation is very busy in the spring. So they're at a huge disadvantage. They're not going to have time to campaign. Any of their opponents are going to come in, and while we're all busy working, and we're keeping the top 5 busy working, their opponents will have time to campaign, and it's quite an advantage. So, and if it includes all of us, if we're all sitting in here till mid-March, and we have opponents, and they get to start campaigning while we're sitting here doing our good work, again, that's a huge disadvantage to those that are serving. So, Mr. Speaker, if you could please address that.
Mr. Speaker.
Yep, thank you very much. Appreciate the first. Here I would direct you, and this is the discussion that I had with the clerks. Go to page 40, section 3. The Joint Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Interim Committee shall review the dates of the primary elections and runoff elections as specified in sections 1 and 2 of this act. The committee shall consult with the Secretary of State and the county clerks to determine whether the dates for primary elections and runoff elections will give sufficient time for candidates to register in an election the year following the redistricting of the legislature. The discussion that we are having with them, and he's absolutely right, the way that this is right now, that we would have to do that. They're wanting, and the discussion that I'm having with that is that we want to try to figure out with them, through this vehicle that we've put in the bill, to register in the elections, all that, to see if we can do it in the way, as I talked with the chief clerk, to do it that we can have these folks, us, representatives and senators, have our election begin and our primaries in August. That was what was related to me, and that's the effort that we're going to work on. The good former speaker is exactly right. The way it's written right now is we're all wanting to try to, it all has to fold into that way. What they want to do is want to figure out a way that we can do this, that we are only going to be required for those of us in this positions to have to file and be run as our primary in August. And that's what this is in here for us, because they want the time to be able to work through those details. And so he's right. That's the way it's written. They kept it all the same so that there was no change. But they wanted the opportunity in this legislation to be able to see if they can condense that. And the discussion is that they believe that they can and make it fit. So the only ones that are under obligation are just the top fives with the national early on. And so, and that was the effort in that. As far as the good coal country representative, busy, but quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, our top fives, every day that they're doing their job, they're either running or they're not running for that next election. The decisions that they make, the legislation that they pass, that they support, that they veto, whatever, I mean, is having a direct effect on the electorate of the state. If they're wanting to run, they're running right now. Do not misunderstand. They are running right now. That's just the nature of the beast. Quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, we're running right now. We have just gotten done getting the ability to be able to take a snapshot of your votes, what you're supporting, what you're not supporting. If you don't think folks right now are taking this stuff down and watching what's happening and how we're handling ourselves and what we're voting on, you're running right now. And there's probably somebody out there that's running. I got probably somebody running against me right now. Probably not very happy with the decisions I've made or laying in wait for some decision I'm going to make. That's just the nature of it, ladies and gentlemen. It's politics. And to say that we're not going to put excess pressure on these guys because we don't want them to run a few months earlier, I think they're running. If you're running, you're running. You're making decisions right now with the idea of what the impacts are going to be, good or bad. And so that's just the nature of what we do. If we want to keep in here, that's consciously behind our minds all the time, I believe. And so, and I'm going to circle this thing all the way back. I just really believe that this needs to be people representing us in those positions that are being voted on by at least the majority of the people of the state. I think that's important, so.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a couple things. And when I was visiting with the clerk in my district, one of the concerns was that in May, they're right in the middle of their budgeting for the county. And so there's a lot of work that happens in that office to get the budget ready and get things going that way. And that was a concern, that they would probably have to hire a couple of people, maybe part-time, at least if this primary was going to happen in May. And then my other question is completely off what you've been talking about, but it's in the bill. It's page 9 and it's line 9, and it says every bond election shall be held, and then there's stuff scratched out, on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in May or November, where before it was as a primary election or a general election. So my question is, why is that in here? And will that mean that we would have to also have another election if we're doing our bond? So I just need some explanation on that. Thank you.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the bringer, I'm wondering if you had, in your conversations with clerks, if you discussed voter education and the potential fiscal burden that might be. So I'm thinking if we change this, and we're changing a lot of election law, we need to make sure that the people of Wyoming know what's happening, when it's happening. And so I think that there's potentially a burden that will go on our clerks. I know my clerk sent out like direct mail to people to let them know about the filing deadline that had changed when we changed that law 2 years ago. So I'm curious if, one, you had those conversations, and two, would you be willing to allow for an appropriation either to age the second in power, to give grants out to county clerks, or some mechanism so that we can make sure that people are getting nonpartisan information from their trusted local elected officials? because I think they need to know what we're doing so that they can participate. Thank you.
Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good questions. To the representative in red, as far as voter education, that would be, I would have to believe that would be part of it. We can have that discussion with reimbursement for whatever the clerks are putting out. If they're advertising, those dollars are there for that. They're going to be reimbursed for actual costs of conducting this extra election. So if there's advertising that's going out and they're out to educate the voters and everything like that, cost of the counties, that would be in that appropriation, that $2 million. What they did was we had it for $1.5 million, and we had some extra that is going to stay in and not be dispersed anywhere else in the Secretary of State's to be back to redistributed to them as actual reimbursement for their costs. If their costs are education and part of that, then that would be part of that dollars that they would be reimbursed for, and I would encourage that. We want to make sure that people know what's going on, and so they have a deep understanding of how and what this is going to work. To the good representative over at the base of the Bighorns, beautiful country over there, the clerks are busy in May, but the discussion was also had with those folks, and again, I'll go back to this, so we can do this. That was literally their words, we can do this. If there's going to be some need for maybe some extra help or anything like that, that was what they factored into this, I believe, and the time requirements and everything for registrations and anything like that. They said these are costs that are going to have to be reimbursed to them for their actual costs. And so hopefully we've accounted for that. Those are figures that I received from the association and their costs, and that's what we factored directly in the bill from their information. So I would hope that those costs would be covered and they would be able to do what they needed to do to make sure that it met with any other responsibilities they had at that time. So thank you for the questions.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for taking the time to be so patient with, especially somebody as thick as I'm being on this. So as I understand it then, well, I guess first off, one of the questions I had was, you keep mentioning you've talked to your clerks and this can be done. Is that the Clerks Association, or is that just a few clerks in your area? I'd like to kind of clarify that just a little bit. And then also, I guess the way I read this is, because it's on page 8, it's only talking about the primary in general. There's one primary. And so that date for that primary is the one that moves to May. You mentioned that on page 40 in section 3, Corps will take a look at this and to determine whether the dates are feasible, but I don't see where we're creating two separate primaries. We're still only talking about the one primary, and maybe that's an amendment for something down the road, but if that's the case, and we were to move all of the legislative and local races up to a primary in May, we're talking about, right now, we start campaigning, well, some people start campaigning different times, but based on my assessment, I would say the majority of folks kind of start that campaign process in May, especially the door-to-door stuff, May, June, somewhere in there. But if we move that date up, then those primaries, you're gonna have to be going door-to-door in March, April, snow season, spring snows, and that doesn't quite work. So that's why I want to really kind of hone in on this, whether or not there is defined in here really two separate primaries, or if it's the one.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. This is very interesting. I like it, but I'm going to go back and ask, and I don't know if it got answered 100% on a question from the good representative up north, is we're talking about having a May election, an August election, and a November election. But if we could adjust the primary for all of us, we might not need the runoff, because the runoff would be after the primary, and that would save money and time, and then have the general, versus having the runoff in May. I think this is interesting. I just am wondering if there's a way to do everybody's primary, not that we all want to run in May, maybe adjust it, but then do the runoff, if so needed, in between the primary and the general. And that's all in timing, just throwing out. And then again, trying to save money and time and maybe not even needing it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'll go last first here, the good lady representative here. The way we have to figure this is from the general. That is a set time, and we have to back figure what our requirements are for days from that point. So if we're going to have an election that's going to meet with everybody's ability to get ballots back, shipped to them back, all of those dates are all figured, and that's what the Clerks Association has been working with them on getting that figured out. That's what the determination is. So if we want to, we have to just figure if there's going to be enough time in order, if you don't get a majority vote, then you got to have enough time to allow that ballot shipment, and then that's going to crawl your primary, which will give you enough time to ship out your ballots again if necessary from that August runoff or second primary, if you want to call it, but really it's a runoff, and then it goes on to the general. To you, the guy here in our capital city. Yes, this is not just talking to the clerks. This is working directly with the Clerks Association and their folks. The gentleman that is the chief clerk right now and the current director or the leader of that group here in the Platte County, he's been awesome. And he's been so helpful, and all of them have been so good to work with. And they have just, and the Secretary of State, or I mean, the number 2 position, they've all been very, very helpful in trying to figure out how to make this work and to make everything fit and to flow. And was their admonition in this, and that's why we did some, just working with the good bullpen over here and drafting this. This page 40 is the part that they wanted in there to be able to allow for that discussion, to compensate for what the good former Speaker of the House here, his question was, yeah, right now it's in May, but that's what they're trying to figure out, is if we can change that and work with them to make that modification and to be able to allow that not to have to happen, and then focus this only on the top 5s. And so, but to answer your question, yeah, this is not just a couple clerks. This is the association for several years, and they've been working through it, and they said, we can make this will work. We can make this do with what we've got for dates.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And bear with us. I mean, I'm a little slow on the uptake. It's a 42-page bill, and it's a big deal.
There's a lot of dead trees in there.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so bear with us.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
But here's what I think, and I'm just going through these pages. So that page 8 moves the primary to the first Tuesday in May after the first Monday. And then that will consequently move the registration up 90 days before that, so that'll be the first week of February. And then if there is a runoff, that will be where our old primary date was in August. So we will all run in a May primary. And then looking at, on page 42, the effective date is this July, so that'll be 2026 election, the next election. This will make the change. 26, 28, 30 will be May primary, February registration, November general, runoff needed for the top 5. That would be in August at our primary day. But then, Mr. Speaker, I just want as I read this on page 40, lines 20 and 21 on this section 3, this Joint Corporations Committee will study this, whether the dates for a primary or runoff elections will give them sufficient time for candidates to register an election year following redistricting of the legislature. So that'll be for the 2032 election. We'll redistrict in 2031 right here, and then see if we'll figure that out by that late spring, and hopefully that'll be March when that legislature goes back home after redistricting. So as I see this will start the next election cycle in 26. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. And thank you for bearing with us, but this is a big deal. It's not a little 2-page bill. It's not just a little bill. This is a big bill. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lean? Nope. Speaker Nyman.
To the good former Speaker, you're not joking. This is a big deal. This has been 4 years of trying to navigate through this and making an effort to try to be able to introduce it, and it's been a struggle. I think there's been a lot of pushback on this. I think there's a lot of concern that this is going to be onerous and difficult and maybe potentially impactful to some folks that have been able to work on and do some things in a situation where plurality has been very helpful. And I get that. And I appreciate your sentiment on that, because this is no small lift, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to pull your leg. This is an absolute modification to how we do our elections. But I think it's necessary from the standpoint of making sure that we get people that are going to be elected that have at least a majority of the members of this state in order to go on to lead us in these positions that are the top election positions in the state. Yes, this is the way this is written right now. We're working with the May. The admonition from the clerks is that we're trying to figure out how to make this work so that the state legislatures can work through the August. Only those that are on the top fives would be in the early portion of this. And so that's the determination. I don't know what else to tell you on that. Unless something doesn't change and we don't modify this in the next couple readings, if you guys so see fit to allow this to move ahead to a second reading, we can get more of that information and have that determination from the clerks and ask that question, and hopefully we can change those things, because this is far from over. But that's the way it's currently written. That's the way it would stand, based on the timing that we have to allow folks that there's no disenfranchising of the folks that are voting. And so, who else did I have? Okay, I think that was everybody else. So, yes.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked a few times here about a plurality. What's the issue with that? And so I'm speaking to those of you kind of on the fence. What's the importance of a bill like this? And I have a tendency to see things from a different perspective. Insert tall joke here. But as we're seeing this on a national level, what we're dealing with right now, our red states are getting redder, blue states are getting bluer, states are getting more extreme. And the danger of a plurality, this is a safeguard against extremism. We may have in the near future an extremist candidate who will never get 50% of the vote, but to get 18 or 19. This is a safeguard to the change in reality in America right now and in the Republic, and a safeguard to this state. This is actually a bill towards moderation.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Chairman Knapp's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill 249 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. House Bill 249 has passed Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Representative Banks, Vice Chair Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Privilege of the floor.
Please.
Body, you know, a lot of times we stand at these mics and say some good things about some good people in our community. And there's other times when you have to say hard things about things that happen in your communities. Oh, geez. Back home, we had a tragedy strike in our community that resulted in 4 little girls passing. Sorry, I have a little girl. Just wanted to ask the body for a moment of silence for that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Puts it into perspective for all of us. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, that was the 25th bill that we've heard today. I've been trying to look over the body. Some of you are pretty tired. I see some eyes closed. Some of you look like you could go to midnight. So I would like to know if you want to continue or do we want to close it down? So, Mr. Chairman, could we have a voice vote?
Yeah, we'll do it this way. All those in favor of continuing to hear more bills, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Point of clarification.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I do believe, and I was an aye vote for that, but I do believe that those who are weaker are probably going to be of a quieter voice. So maybe a standing vote is in order.
Division being called on whether we continue this or
Mr.
not.
Chairman, could we just, I'm going to make a motion to rise and report, and we just have that vote, please.
Fair enough.
That sounds like a simple way to do it, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. Okay, that's a much closer vote this time. I think we woke a few of you up. All those in favor, please rise. This is in favor of rising and reporting. To clarify, this is to be in favor of closing debate and ending for the night. All those opposed, please rise. All right. Motion does not carry. We will continue on. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 324. Reading Clerk, please read the bill.
House Bill 324, sponsored by Representative Andrew. State elected officials, employees at will and regulations, an act relating to state officers. Mr. Speaker, your committee number for education, to whom is referred House Bill 324, state elected officials, employees at will regulations. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Kelly, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Excused, Representative Lawley. Representative Andrew, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 324, state elected officials, employees at will and regulations. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Angelos, Bear, Harrelson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Excused, Representative Ellenman. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 324 do pass. I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment. Members, Wyoming is an at-will employment state. The chief executive staff are at will. Our legislative staff are at will. The judicial branch operates under at-will employment as well. Yet our independently elected statewide officials, there's a lot of agencies in this bill, so the Secretary of State, the State Auditor, the State Treasurer, and the Superintendent of Public Instruction are still bound by rigid, slow-moving bureaucratic structures that hinder their ability to govern effectively. House Bill 324 corrects this inconsistency. It allows elected officials to quickly build a team that aligns with their vision and the goals the voters elected them to carry out. They must have the ability to hire qualified staff and make necessary changes when employees are not aligned with their mission. This bill also frees elected officials from restrictive HR policies and procedures that are not designed for the unique needs of these offices. Under the current system, making even basic staffing adjustments, such as moving position classifications, adjusting salaries, or addressing performance issues, can take months. This type of red tape is inefficient, costly, and prevents the government from operating at its best. If we expect top-tier performance from these offices, we must give them flexibility to reward high performers make quick staffing decisions, and respond in real time to the demands of their work. This bill does not give elected officials unlimited spending authority or unchecked power over hiring and salaries. The legislature will continue to maintain full oversight over the budget and the number of positions authorized for each office. HB 324 does not change that. What it does change is how effectively and efficiently these offices can manage their own offices within the appropriations set by the body. This is a common sense reform. It gives our statewide elected officials flexibility to lead effectively, just as we already allow the chief executive, the legislature, and the judiciary branch to do. And the standing committee amendment actually deals with an appropriation. It moves two positions from A&I to the auditor's office to handle the staffing needs of all four agencies. I do have a second reading amendment to kind of really clarify exactly what they were doing, but those positions were kind of taken from a grouping of unfilled positions within that agency and moving them over to the auditor's office. Thank you.
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to understand why you would put that in the state auditor's office. That has nothing to do with her duties and responsibilities that I'm aware of. She handles the state's checkbook and is not responsible for employee or employee in compensation practices. So help me understand that a little bit, please.
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you. That is a good question. That's something we talked about extensively among these executives, and we decided that that office would be the best place to house them because they deal with running payroll, and so we thought HR would fit best into that office.
Representative Larson.
What comments, if I may?
Please address the chair, Representative Larson. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is that you up there?
That is me up here. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Here you are. Mr. Chairman, so thank you. So what was the conversation with the state auditor on this regard? And did she feel like that was something that she can handle and she welcomed wholeheartedly, or please?
Chairman Andrew.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. That is a great question as well. The three of the four, including the auditor, came to testify in favor of this bill and this appropriation setup in both the standing committee and in our committee number 2. So yes, it is welcomed.
Any further discussion? Seeing none and question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion, oh, no, we've got the standing committee amendment to dispense with first. Yep. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. That committee amendment has failed. We're back on the bill. Okay, division being called. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are going to be here, we need to be active participants in this. So I need a little bit more than 3 people answering when we make roll calls or call for voice votes, please. Okay, all those opposed, please stand. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we have 46 people voting when we have 60 members present. So I guess we're going to end up having to do a roll call vote on this if we want a division on this. As it stands right now with the current vote, it does pass 30-16. So we'll just call it as good. The standing division vote was 30-16. We're back on the bill. Representative Harshman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, a question for the bringer of the bill, just the number of employees. I mean, I think Chief Executive Division, Agency number 1, I think it's like 40 some. Most of those, though, I think are Homeland Security, aren't they? And then and then you go over to like Secretary of State, we just added, Agency number 2. I think we just added 2 positions, so it's at the all-time high. It's going to be 33, I think. And I don't know, it seems like just off of failing memory, but Department of our Public Education seems like that's over 200. It's like the biggest one out of those 5, but maybe you could tell us, and I guess my question are the Homeland Security folks, the 205 people who do a lot of data crunching, is kind of a real specific job. I mean, they're top people, yeah, they move them in and out. Their assistants right next to them, but those people who are going to work every day crunching data. And then I guess in the unit that controls or invests all our money, how many of those, and I think there's, I'm just looking at the budget, 52 of those. How many of those are like investment personnel that we, the chief investment officer, obviously, and people we maybe don't want to get rid of? So just a little talk about, I mean, it's, all this stuff sounds good, but there's always more to the story. There's a lot of expertise that we got to be really careful about how we honor those people and encourage them, frankly, to stay with us, because it's not an easy deal to hire people for some of those really technical jobs. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is, what's broke out there that we're trying to fix? I don't understand why are we saving positions, or it seems to me that we're getting 2 additional positions, but my question is, what's broke? What are we trying to fix out there? That's my question on this one.
Representative Campbell Elisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my understanding on page 2, lines 1 through 3, so because it's specified in the bill, that our state employees that work within the Secretary of State, the state auditor, the state treasurer, and the superintendent of public instruction, only those state employees would be at will. Which then, I guess my concern would be how many people are going to want to apply for a job in any one of those 4, knowing every election or at any time they could be fired. It would seem to me filling positions within those 4 would be even more difficult, because we do rely on expertise to carry us not just from one year to the next year, but 4, 5, 10 years from now. So yeah, what might the damage be to even being able to fill positions if those are the only at will?
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I understood the first question. In conversations with our staff that deal with the appropriations regarding these positions, about each one of these positions that we're moving has the ability to handle about 100 people. So the closest approximation to that was to put 2 people in those positions, transferring them from A&I, and also reducing the workload on that office as well. So that kind of makes sense. But essentially, this is, we heard testimony in favor of this because we do have issues retaining and recruiting staff for these agencies. And a lot of that is because of the rigid employment structures that they can't necessarily reward their best performing employees. And this allows them a little more flexibility to do that.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure it's my late hour brain. We are an at-will state. Any of us who work, I work for city government, it's at will. So I'm not quite sure, again, as the good representative who I share a county with said, it's not broken. I mean, we are already an at-will state.
Chairman Andrew.
Yes, we are an at-will state, but
Please address the chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yes, we are an at-will state, but the employees who work within the executive branch outside of the governor's office are permanent employees. They are not at will.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just because I can sense some hesitancy in the room, I want to share with folks. When I first saw the bill, I was like, is this helping our employees or is this potentially hurting them? But when I heard testimony from all the top 4, which was an amazing experience to see all of them in the room in front of us, like jazzed about this, I thought, oh, I need to approach it differently. The reason I'm in support of this bill is it provides the flexibility for our top 4 there, well, top 5, to say like, man, this person in my office is a go-getter. I'm going to give them more responsibility and I'm going to adjust their pay accordingly. Maybe I'm going to offer some flexibility in remote work for them. Or say I have a department that has 5 people, but I just got new software. It created some automations. I only need 2 over there. I'm going to move 3 to another spot where I'm struggling. So instead of being bogged down in AI, HR, decentralization and waiting sometimes months and months and months and months to make changes so that those agencies are run more like a business, they're asking us to give them flexibility. Now, again, vote how you you vote your own way. I just want to share with you, I turned the page after I heard testimony, especially from our auditor, in support of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
That's the problem we're having.
Please
throughout
address
all
the
state
chair,
government.
Mr.
That's not you,
Representative.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's the problem we're having throughout all the state government. When you talk about the agency that takes care of environmental issues and being able to pay those people where they don't get loose to the private sector, talking to that department that's dealing with construction and being able to find people so that they, and being able to compensate them similar to the private sector, we're having that throughout. And I think our agency's trying to do it. So now we're going to pull the 4 or 5 electeds out and say, you don't have to bear the pain that the rest of the state agencies have to bear. You can do this on your own. Is that kind of what we're saying here? Mr. Presenter, Mr. Chairman, thanks again for being kind to me.
Thank you. Representative or Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There, I got it in that time. The reason I picked out these 4 agencies in particular is because specifically they have an elected executive. And I think, to me, that makes the difference. I'm not saying I'm necessarily opposed to seeing how this goes and maybe extending this to other agencies, but I think that it is an important differentiator.
Representative Pendergraft, Vice Chair Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It really was an honor to sit in there in committee and have all 4 of these electeds present their case. And one of the things that stuck out to me and the reason that I like this bill in the case of these 4 electeds, they're specifically elected by the people to go do a particular job. And a lot of them are elected maybe in their own minds, but a lot of them are elected with an agenda, or I hesitate to use the word mandate, but they want to change direction in the division that they're going to head up. And what this allowed them to do is more easily put in place people that would help them accomplish what it was they wanted to accomplish more readily and more quickly. Think of it, if you will, as a new football coach moves in. And the new football coach wants to have a new direction. He wants to have a new method. He wants his team to buy into a different philosophy. And so he brings with him a set of assistant coaches that share his philosophy, that share his drive, that understand his vision and want to go in that particular direction. And I would stress, because these are specifically elected by the people, I think they should have a little bit more authority to be able to control the direction of the division that they're in and not be stuck in a position of trying to move people who have been used to one way of doing things for a long period of time and try to get them to buy in.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, if you could look on page 2 of this bill at the very bottom, this is really important. Most states don't budget like we do. They don't tell the executive branch how many employees they can have, how much they pay them, where they put them. You go south 10 minutes, that legislature just south of us, the border 10 miles, legislature ceded all that control and all that power of the purse and policy that is on this floor. So I just think maybe there's some ways to massage this, but I think on this Romanet 4, which begins on line 20 and of page 2 and carries over onto page 3, I think it's something concerning, and let's just go through this. Employees of state officials are subject only to the policies, manuals, rules, statutory provisions governing employees of the state official. And we don't make many laws governing the governor or the superintendent. I'll continue on. Employees of state officials, this is the scary part, are specifically exempt from the laws and personnel rules relating to the employees of the executive branch, including the executive branch compensation plan, job classification, personnel rules governing employee discipline, grievance, and appeals. Nothing in this paragraph should be construed to supersede the statute that expressly describes the employment conditions and salaries of specified employees of state officials. So as I read that thing, they can take, and I think of the earlier testimony, they could take, there's more efficiency. They got a computer program. They don't need 5 in this unit. I can move one over to this unit. And they can B11 some of that right now, but that's reported back to us. The Joint Appropriations Committee gets that report right away. And then when we come back in the budget, they can make their case for it. Hey, I'd like to transfer this employee from this unit to this unit. I did it in a B11 and this is why. And then we sign off on it. So, folks, I tell you, it's always this thing. It's always, the Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. We're the Jedi. And you do not want to cede legislative control and power to budget these 5 top electeds. It is a balance of power in our 3-branch system. I am sure they are all up there just their little toes tweeting, smiling from ear to ear, trying not to grin so hard. They would love this, because then we can't tell them what to do. Can't tell them how many employees and what to pay and where we want this policy at. Maybe we want one more position for natural resources litigation. Maybe we want one more for coal port litigation. And that's where the people sent us to create that policy. Do not give that up. And no. Thank you so much. Please vote no.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. I wondered if they had feathers sticking out their mouth as they was sitting in front of the committee, because they just ate the canary on this deal. I just love this, that we're going to give them all the, you get going late and some of this stuff this is too good. Surely we wouldn't do this. Surely we wouldn't do this. But in seriousness, going back to the conversation on trying to trying to turn the shift and trying to create a new direction. Whenever we get a new governor, they appoint these agency directors to do what? To fall in line and follow a goal that he has the state to move forward. And they've got to be able to have the flexibility to get their people to see the vision as well. That's why we have the structure we do. And to cause an imbalance in this structure, to give the 5 elected officials, which have, I would mind you, the 1 elected official has control over all of the agencies, is, I think, we're sending the wrong message. And I would encourage us to avoid this bill, please.
Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's a name for this system. It's called the spoil system, where an elected official can reward campaign supporters, campaign donors, loyalists of various stripes with a position. And, you know, we hear all the time about what great state employees we have. You know, how hardworking they are, how self-sacrificing they are. And then we turn around and say, yeah, but I am not a fan of the spoil system, and I hope you're not either.
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this language is not new, or we didn't just come up with it. This is actually the language that governs our staff. This is the language that governs well, I can't say that. We all know who we're talking about. So I pulled it from there and just modified it to apply to these 4 agencies. So, I mean, additionally, we are not removing control, legislative control of any of this. We still have to appropriate. The control we are removing is the control from the other areas of the executive branch.
Any further discussion? Representative Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, and page 3, line 2, including, these are the things they don't have to follow. Executive branch compensation plan. You can pay whoever you want, whatever you want. That's what it says. You're exempt from it. Job classifications and personnel rules governing employee discipline. You don't want to give this up, folks, because once you lose it, you won't get it back. And then there'll be series later on in our history, decades from now, court cases that'll try to sort all this out. Other states have already gone through this. Wyoming's legislature has always hung in there and stood firm and kept this. And it's a balancing act. It goes back and forth. It's not a static thing, and so we always got to be on guard, on and against.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess when I look at it too, what prevents somebody from coming in and firing everybody and then hiring all of their friends and family and paying them whatever they want?
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, that it do so with the recommendation that House Bill 324 do pass, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. House Bill 324 has passed Committee of the Whole. Mr. Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move to rise and report.
All heard the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it this time. I think we are done. Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, they had a tag team. They had it set up. Ouch, that just shocked me. What do you got in there? Mr. Reading Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. House Bill 280, due pass. House Bill 144, due pass amended. House Bill 222, due pass. House Bill 136, due pass. House Bill 337, due pass. House Bill 249, due pass. House Bill 324, due pass amended. Representative Brown, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is carried. Congratulations and thank you, Representative Brown. Reading Clerk, messages from the Senate.
Message 236, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 103, terminating and defunding diversity, equity, and in conclusion. Ayes 26, noes 4, excused 1. Message 237, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 151, monthly ad valorem tax distribution amendments. Ayes 29, noes 1, excused 1. Message 238, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 154, industrial wind and solar projects, hearing deadline. Ayes 26, noes 4, excused 1. Message 239, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 162, education block grant model amendments. Ayes 18, noes 12, excused 1. Message 240, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 172, physical therapy licensure compact. Ayes 29, noes 1, excused 1. Message 241, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate File 191, state funds, proxy voting, and pecuniary investments. Ayes 29, noes 1, excused 1. Message 242, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 196, Second Amendment Protection Act amendments. Ayes 29, noes 1, excused 1. Message 243, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate Joint Resolution 4, resolution on commercial-based load power generation. Ayes 29, noes 1, excused 1. Message 244, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. Senate Joint Resolution 11, supporting anti-ESG litigation. Ayes 28, noes 2, excused 1. Message 245, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 126, establishment of K through 8 public lab school. Ayes 18, noes 12, excused 1. Message 246, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 155, international physician licensing. Ayes 29, noes 1, excused 1. Message 247, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below failed to pass the Senate third reading by the vote indicated. A motion for immediate reconsideration also failed. Senate Joint Resolution 2, resolution demanding equal footing. Ayes 15, noes 15, excused 1. Message 248, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Senate File 145, local governments, investments, and equities. Ayes 27, noes 3, excused 1. Message 249, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below failed to pass the Senate's third reading by the vote indicated. Senate Joint Resolution 6, school capital construction constitutional amendment. Ayes 18, noes 12, excused 1. Message 250. Mr. Speaker, the Senate adopted the Committee of the Whole report, failing the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate Joint Resolution 10, Legislative and Executive Authority, Taxation and Spending. Ayes 9, noes 21, excused 1. Message 251. Mr. Speaker, the Senate adopted the Committee of the Whole report, failing the bills listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 123, School Finance, Competitive Grants for Crossing Guards. Ayes 10, noes 20, excused 1. Message 252. Mr. Speaker, the Senate adopted the Committee of the Whole report, failing the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 124, Illegal Immigration, Identify, Report, Detain, and Deport. Ayes 10, noes 20, excused 1. This bill has been indefinitely postponed. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Messages, or committee announcements. Believe it or not. Chairman Brown.
Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8 will meet tomorrow at noon recess to consider Senate Files 25, 32, and 33.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, Cultural Resources will meet upon noon recess tomorrow. Capital Extension 005 and online for Senate Joint Resolution 3, Senate File 42, and Senate File 149.
And just as a personal note, Chairman Byron, I seem to be developing a proliferation of otters up here on this desk, and so.
Mr. Speaker, I think you should speak to the good chairman of Cal about that.
All right, thank you very much. Just wondering where they're coming from. I'm trying to keep them apart. Chairman Winter. Ag, number 5, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 5, Agriculture, will meet in the morning at 8 o'clock in room 3 down in the basement. And we'll be discussing Senate File 63, Senate File 64, and Senate File 81. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Winter, and it's good to see you. Glad you're back with us. Any other committee announcements? I see an education chairman head. Nope, he's good. All right, that's it. Clears the deck. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m., February 11th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carried. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful evening. We are stand adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., February the 11th, 2025, for the 21st day of session.